The pursuit of greatness begins at first light and never, ever ends. Time is the enemy, the ally, and the holy grail of every race car driver. Who will be victorious? Only time will tell. Let's go.
At Darlington Raceway, legends are made and crushed here. The track too tough to tame is where drivers like Jeff Gordon, Cale Yarborough, and Bobby Allison ruled. It's also where the Lady in Black can easily claim victims. Today, the Major Series and its drivers will be put to the test. Can they survive without a Darlington stripe? We're about to find out. This is the Southern 500, live on GSRC. Hello everyone and welcome to the 10th race of the Major Series European Regions Pro Split Season, the Southern 500, live on the Global Sim Racing channel. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside me today is Chad Irvine, along with Christian Challoner. Behind the scenes is our director Sean Ambrose, and he's using cameras provided by the great Dougie Beard. Darlington Raceway has been open since 1950 and has hosted some of stock car racing's biggest moments. Let's learn more about it with our GSRC track guide.
Before Daytona, there was Darlington. In 2020, the track celebrated its 70th anniversary, and despite numerous ups and downs, the track has proved resilient through it all, truly being the track too tough to tame. When Darlington was completed in 1950, there wasn't anything like it in the Southeast. It can only be compared in the U.S. to Indianapolis. Its unique shape is what really does it. This track was designed long before cars could achieve the speeds they do now, and while the asphalt is wide, the actual raceful track surface is very narrow through the turns, and that starts in turns 1 and 2. This is the wide end of the speedway. You'll often see cars enter up high, drift down a touch before coming back up to the wall, and then they try to diamond off turn 2. That's right, the corner actually sharpens from turns 1 and 2. And if you don't nail that turn 2 right, you'll leave a pretty nasty mark on the exit of the turn 2 wall. You fly down the backstretch and hit turns 3 and 4, which are much more symmetrical, but together present a much tighter radius than 1 and 2. You'll tend to enter high and stay high all the way to the exit of 4. When tires start to fade, you'll feel it at this end of the track more. Pretty much only the upper echelon of stock cars race at Darlington. The Cup cars, of course, having their annual Southern 500, a race that's perhaps the toughest 500-mile race on drivers and equipment. Today, here on GSRC and iRacing, Darlington will show us who has nerves of steel as they receive their Darlington stripes. Sit down and hold on for a wild one.
That was a look at your GSRC track guide for Darlington Raceway. And you can see how beautiful the sights are here today, Chad, as these drivers are getting ready for what could be the most difficult race for some of them all season.
Yeah, it's absolutely one of the most difficult tracks you see on your track map here. A little bit of a different shape for an oval. There's a minnow pond in between, or an exit entrance to turn 3 that kind of scrunches the track in that area, makes it a little more tighter, a little trickier to get right with getting the car set up for both ends of the track. 23 to 25 degree banking, depending on which end of the track you are in, with just over 1.25 miles in length. Darlington always provides some great racing, and as the one thing that we're going to have to look out for is which end of the track do you set your car up for, because it's a hard balance to get right.
Going to be very intriguing, absolutely, and keep in mind, compared to previous trips for the major series here in the past, this track has received some updates towards current day grip levels as well. That was done earlier this year. Now let's take a look at your championship standings and how things have fared out so far this season. After 9 completed rounds, it's Tim Klatsons who leads the championship standings for the Pro Driver standings over Dallas Pataska by 36 points. Handsome Pete is in third, 41 points behind, with Sam Harper and Kurt Crum rounding out your top 5 in the Pro Driver standings.
And
now, when it comes to the sportsman drivers, Adam Bonti is your top independent driver in that standings. 24 points behind is Sean Brown. Brandon Clunge is third, 46 points behind. Mike Gaunt and Colin Ward are the top 5 when it comes to the sportsman drivers. As well with the Legends drivers, it's David H. Baker who leads that way with 2 top 5s in the campaign, 234 points. Ray Partridge right on behind, a special race for him. Get to that reason in a little while, 33 points behind, with Bob Beltrami in third. Claude Belval and Richie Herm round out the top 5 in this season's Legend standings. And there's also the Legend Sports standings, where Colin Ward leads over Jay Brony by 11 points. Wolf Dietrich Hotho is 16 points behind, with Simon Thorms and Peter Dolmayer rounding out the top 5 for the Legends Sports standings, 36 points, the separation from 1st through 5th. Now I turn to you, Christian, as we look towards the team standings, and it remains ever so razor thin for the top 2 spots.
Yeah, very close as always across the course of the season, but it's the same names. Grizzly TFR Daytona still lead with 960 points. Bombshell Racing just 19 back, and Grizzly TFR Le Mans, the third group of that, 37 back, and it's realistically been this top 3 the entire season, so it's no surprise really to see this so tight, but should give a good battle towards the end of the season. Dog Bear Europe, they're back there in 4th. They're pretty much out of this lead battle right now, but they're having a pretty good run still. They're in 4th, and they've got a substantial advantage over Team Mad, who are 385 off the lead back in 5th. And now moving to Team Sportsman. My favorite team still, Missed Apex F1 Podcast Team 1 are still leading with 651 points, with Hanson Brothers Racing 167 back. HW Racing 196 points back. Black Tree Race Crew now 308 back, and Grizzly TFR Daytona Jr. 323 back. The second Missed Apex F1 Podcast Team B, they're actually in 6th now, so they've dropped out of the top 5.
Fortunate for them, and the interesting thing when it comes to the Missed Apex side, their throwback this year to last year's car, which was their first Gen 6 stock cars. Now, Chad, let's take a look at your race details for today, because this is a full-length race, which means you better get your practice in, and better have gotten that preparation in if you want to survive.
Yeah, practice. These guys turning plenty of laps here in the pre-race warm-up, and they've been working on their sets all week. You mentioned it. 367 laps make up the 500 miles here, and they do have 11 sets of tires. We're going to have to see if that comes into play towards the end of the race. And there is the incident limit if you get in a little too much trouble. It's pretty high, though, so we're going to have to see if that comes into play as well. The teams do have one faster pair to go along with it, so they do have the backup car on the trailer ready to come out if they need it. Actually, I might be a little bit wrong here. I'm making things up as I go. I apologize for that. No faster pairs for these guys. Maybe I'm
right about the faster pair. You are right about the faster pair, to correct them on that. But these drivers are making their way through practice, we'll say, in what has been a fairly cooler day here at Darlington Raceway. Right now, Dallas Pataska with the top time at 28.468. Joshua Wolf next on the board, 28.576. Bobrovsky, Henderson, Harper, the top 5. Your weather conditions up on the top of your screen with 85 degrees Fahrenheit. The air temp, 93 degrees Fahrenheit. The track temp, very gusty winds though today, Christian. Southwest at 8 miles per hour, that's blowing towards the back straightaway.
Yeah, temperature-wise, this is pretty favorable, and obviously as it moves towards the night, it's going to only kind of improve in that sense. So grip-wise, this is pretty good. This could be a lot lower grip if it was, say, in the middle of the day. So this is favorable, but the wind is always a challenge at Darlington. It's pretty gusty here in the sim, so it does catch you out. You have to be really, really careful, especially coming off of turn 2. It can actually end up with you just... You feel like you did the same thing the lap before, and the second time around you run up into the wall, and it's likely because the wind direction or the wind speed has changed. So they are going to have to kind of keep an eye out for that. And if anybody has a spotter, that's a reasonably large advantage, you know, to be able to have a spotter tell you what the wind direction is a lot. But tires-wise, I think these guys are in a good spot. They've got 11 sets, and it's about 6 to 7 actual kind of run lengths you see there. Tim Klassen's having that issue off of 2, and that's going to be something we're going to have to watch out for all race long as well, because that's really the most dangerous point on the track, I would say. In 3 and 4, you can run up into the fence, and it's not good, obviously, but you know, it tends to be quite a slow speed impact, and it won't kind of end your day. It'll damage your car, but it won't end your day. Whereas the wall comes up very, very fast off of turn 2, and that will end your day if you hit that. But yeah, just coming back to tires for a second. They've got kind of 4 or 5 sets in reserve approximately, so I don't think that's going to be too much of a factor.
Going to be interesting if attrition comes to play. We'll say that though when it comes to that mark, and may be a thought process later on throughout the day. Now, as these drivers continue to complete their practice sessions, drivers did take part in qualifying earlier this week. The charity being supported for this event today being Sarge's Place, homeless veteran shelter based in the state of Washington. To learn more about Sarge's Place, go to sargesveteransupport.com. I know that's a special charity as well when it comes to the dog bearer team. Ray Partridge sporting the Sarge's Place colors here today. I have to see how he performs in his 88 machine. Now, turn back over to you, Chad, as these drivers complete practice here. What do you feel drivers need to keep in mind to make sure they are that driver that takes the checkered flag here, especially with how difficult this race is going to be?
The biggest thing is just patience. It's a long race, over 350 laps. It's going to be a lot of time for guys to work their way up through the field, or in certain cases, maybe end their day a little bit early. She's known as the Lady in Black. I expect a lot of guys to pick up some Darlington stripes, but the question is, who can keep it clean the longest and end up at the front of the field when the checkered flag flies?
Now, Christian, I want to ask this to you before we head towards the end of practice in the starting grid. Who do you feel are the favorites? We know Pataska's quick on the ovals. Who do you feel is going to be up there with him?
I mean, I think it is definitely Pataska's race to lose. Obviously, Joshua Wolf is fairly close to him. Got to keep an eye on Tim Klassen's, because he's kind of been surprising this year. Obviously, the Rallycross round, we didn't ride him off, so to speak, but we weren't really focusing on him, and then he came to the fore, and obviously was strong in the opening round of Daytona too. So I'm going to keep an eye on Tim, but honestly, I expect this to be Dallas's race to lose.
Will that be the case is the big question, because there have been cases where he's had the pace, he's been close, then attrition comes into play, or strategy comes into play. For Dallas Pataska, can he nail this race down? He was the quickest in practice, and now the drivers are finishing up that practice now for what's expected to be a wild day for the major series in its European Pro region for the Southern 500. Drivers now making their way towards their cars for today's starting grid in what's expected to be a big one. It's a track all drivers want to win at. It's a race all competitors know is going to be grueling and challenging. But the drivers who have the best track position for today are Muntz, Dallas Pataska, and Joshua Wolf. That's your front row for today's Southern 500. Travis Henderson and Ross Banfield start in row 2, with Sam Harper in 5th position. Kirk Crum starts in 6th. Cordell Colon starts in 7th today, with Ray Partridge up there in qualifying speed. He's in 8th. Beltrami Salami starts in 9th, and David H. Baker rounds out your top 10 today, Chad.
Starting in the 11th position is Ryan Mayer, with Trevor Vavrovsky to the outside of row number 6, then Pete Herod and Tom Dreiling on row number 7. Oldus Patekis in row number 8 on the inside with Isaac Snyder to his right, then Dick Mueller and Colin Marzoff, with Tim Claysons and George Gruber wrapping up row number 10.
And last on the grid right here, we have David Malnoritz, but Tim Claysons starting at the back is going to be one to watch for sure.
I was about to say it's going to be very interesting, as one car has managed to nearly stall their car. That just so happened to be Tim Claysons, who ended up stalling out towards the back. But again, these drivers now rolling their way towards the start. The track conditions have gotten a little hotter at 98 degrees Fahrenheit, as these drivers have an in-sim time just past 5:30 p.m. local time on September the 5th, 2021. That's 37 degrees Celsius track temp for reference sake in partly cloudy skies. So we'll be racing from late afternoon into darkness. These drivers are just about all set to go. One thing to note before we take the green: Ray Partridge has elected to start the race from pit lane, so he has sacrificed the 8th position. The Southern 500 is already off and away. We're underway from Darlington.
Clean so far. Drivers getting a little bit antsy at the back. Beltrami just doing everything he can to make up positions. He gets a huge run off the corner going into turn 3.
And it was a very quick launch from Dallas Bataska right off the opening jump. He went the second the pace car moved off the racetrack. He leads lap 1 by already more than half a second.
Yeah, and I expect this first run of the race to actually kind of be the most difficult. Obviously, it's going to be the hottest conditions, and it's the easiest one to make a mistake in. Obviously, you have no reference points. Yes, we have had practice and whatnot, but it's still never quite the same. So really, this first run is sort of just surviving, and I think somewhat of that was Dallas's jump on the start there. Obviously, very, very early, but strung everybody out, and pretty much most of the field was already single file by the time they got to turn 1. So it was actually kind of a pretty easy start for everybody.
Much cleaner than I think some may have anticipated, but this is going to be a race, keep in mind, that could be tricky to try and build up runs, but also keep the grip levels up. Again, for those tuning in for the first time, when it comes to this racetrack, it's one of the more unique parts of it, where in the past, at times with the packages, it had ran at one time high downforce, low horsepower. It's back to low downforce, high horsepower for today's event, which means these cars are going to be slipping and sliding around the racetrack.
Yeah, and honestly, that's much better, is my opinion on it. I was never a fan of the low power, high downforce around here. It's actually kind of a bit of a strange deal. You would think that would make it easier, and it kind of did to an extent. You know, you weren't worried about kind of blasting the rear tires off the car out of 4 as much, but it meant that the cornering speeds were really, really high. So if you had any kind of mistake, there was very little margin to actually getting into the wall. So this is a little bit slower, and obviously the track grips come down as well. So it's one of those ones where, yes, it's harder to keep the tires on the car now, but it's actually a little bit more relaxed in a sense, just because the cornering speeds aren't as high.
Already a few laps into the racing action, Pataska is already leading by 1.9 seconds. Trouble in turn 1. Couple cars are bouncing off the walls. For Vrosky, ended up getting really squirrely heading into turn 1, as they were 3 wide into the corner, with Ryan Mayer getting into his left rear quarter panel. That could have been even bigger than what it was.
Yeah, 3 wide there for a second. I'm not sure how they kept it pointed in the right direction. Fantastic bit of driving there from Vavrovsky. And all that started is just up in front of those two. Beltrami caught the wall coming off the corner, and that really checked him up and got him back into the cars that were catching him at a rapid rate. There's the contact from Mayer, and wow, what a fantastic save there from Bavovsky.
Yeah, I think Bavovsky thought he was clear there and just wasn't quiet and turned down to try to take the bottom lane.
Meanwhile, Travis Henderson's got a problem, guys.
Hard into the wall coming off of turn number 4, so he's got some considerable damage to the right rear of that car. Here's a look at the onboard running with Henderson, and you'll see it just in a matter of moments. In the middle of the corner, he just goes all the way to the wall, and there's a very significant amount of contact to that 24.
Did you just see in that mirror, though, that Sam Harper, who had a technical issue entering the corner, when he came back, he went right into Henderson's car.
Yeah, I think it was very unfortunate for Henderson right there. You saw Harper dug to the bottom, and not quite sure exactly what happened there, but obviously Henderson ended up going pretty hard into the wall.
Very bad break for Henderson. His car significantly damaged, and Christian, aerodynamic damage can be huge when it comes to these cup cars. You do not want to hit the wall with this car because it can hurt you the rest of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's pretty expected that everybody is going to grab the wall with the right side of the car at some point in the race, but you don't want to do it 10 laps in, and you certainly don't want to do it in a situation where you weren't really pushing either, and it wasn't kind of your own doing. So that's going to hurt him. That's especially going to hurt him in terms of straight line speed. He's obviously got the fast repair, and he's going to have multiple chances to repair this. I think we are kind of expecting to see a couple of yellows in this race, so as long as he can stay on the lead lap, he's probably okay until he gets the chance to fix that. But you know, it's not ideal, especially didn't think we'd see so many cars getting into the fence so early on.
Taking a look right now at the battle involving Cologne, Baker, and Mayer at the moment, separated by a few tenths apiece. See a little bit of a bobble coming off the corner down. Time for Cologne. Baker, rather, I should say, as Mayer ends up going right on by to the inside. And this is one of the main things you'll see here too, Chad, is the respect that drivers will have early on in a race such as this, knowing it's 367 laps. Do you really want to be that driver who fights tooth and nail for 9th position on lap 12?
You really don't, as long as this race is. It's all give and take, and at the start of it, it's going to be mostly give. But towards the end, it's just going to be, give me the position, I'm taking it from you. We just saw a great moment just a little bit ago from some of these drivers. Beltrami now going to give up the 10th spot to Pete Herod, realizing, I think Beltrami, he's lacking some straightaway speed. So he's lost a couple of positions in just a matter of moments. He's gotten passed by both Herod and Dreiling. So he's got some work to do to get that car sorted out, because he's losing positions in a hurry here.
A little bit snaky, in fact, down the straightaway, as he does have a crumpled right front fender. You can see how much wheel he's putting in, nearly 90 to 45 degrees, I should say, turning it to the left, just trying to get the car to turn, Christian.
Yeah, it's definitely got something abnormal going on there. I would say you wouldn't really set the wheel up to be like that, not crank that far to the left already down the straightaway.
Double right behind them. Monerwich is not making friends in the 69. He had said before the race that, Hooter 69 gods, carry me to the win, I definitely won't deserve. Well, he ended up just having a moment. He was one of your last starters in the field, and he just squeezed a car in the fence.
Yeah, and there's some unwritten rules really regarding passing at Darlington, and that right there kind of went against it. There's kind of a respect of, if a car has the inside and overlap on you down the straightaway, especially into turn 1, that the car on the inside kind of has priority for the corner, and you'll normally seed it. But I don't really feel like he was there, and it kind of looked like he just sort of checked it in at the last minute, so that wasn't great.
And Pacheco is, as a result of that, really suffering from that hard bit of contact. He's back to 17th, already under attack for that position from George Gruber. Meanwhile, up in front of them, Ross Banfield, he's gotten to the wall a couple times in the 3rd position, but has kept the car clean. He's one of, from my count, 3 or 4 who do not have damage on lap 17. And Chad, this is looking like for the UDOX machine, pretty decent sailing. He's already dropped off to the 31 flats after starting off in the 29 twos, a significant amount of fall off.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of fall off from a lot of guys. Even your leader, Dallas Pataska, he's kept his car very clean, but he's already gone from a 28.6 at the start to a 30.5. So tires starting to come into play here, and as well as that, the damage is starting to pile up as well. A couple laps ago, Cordell Colon hard into the wall, and he's got some similar steering issues. His steering's about 15 or 20 degrees to the left, just trying to keep it straight down the straightaway.
Right up in front of him, Joshua Wolf nearly got on the wall. Dallas Pataska, he's been like a pro, and Christian, you've had experience working at the pro levels with him, so that's not to be a surprise, especially since he's running away 3 to 4 tenths a lap.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised. I'm really not. Obviously, this is a track that's very, very driver demanding, and we know that Dallas is very, very good, especially at combinations that are kind of on the very, very difficult end of the spectrum, which I totally would class Darlington in the Cup car as being. And it's really that first kind of 20 laps is where you have that fall off, and you're kind of driving in a way that's very predictive of the grip level that you're going to have, especially when you get to 3 and 4. 1 and 2, not so much. 1 and 2 is not an easy end of the track, but you know, you can kind of map it out quite well, and you kind of have an expected level of grip there that doesn't change that much. But in 3 and 4, you only have to get it wrong once to end up totally out of your rhythm, and obviously that's a really, really bad deal, especially in those first 20 laps of the run, because then you're kind of out of the reference, and it's very, very difficult to get back into that. And I mean, like I say, I'm not at all surprised to see that Dallas is very, very quick around here. He was very, very close to being in the pro level competition and whatnot. So I'm seeing what I expected, I guess is the way of putting it.
And it's 7 seconds in 21 laps. That's a pace that you rarely even see at that level, let alone in open and official action. In some cases, absolutely dominating so far as the battle for third still heating up. Sam Harper impressing so far, just can't get the run to the inside. And I've noticed this a couple times, Christian, with this updated track in the past, with the before track conditions and grip levels, you could at times get maybe a bit of that bottom line work at times, but the top line was the line. A couple drivers in this race have gotten the line next to the dotted lines to work for passes if you slow down in the corners.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a function of the changes to grip level and the package as well. Obviously, with the high downforce, you kind of had a higher minimum corner speed, so there was less opportunity to sort of gain on the entry, and exit was obviously a little bit easier to put the power down and whatnot. But yeah, the line, especially through 3 and 4, is now looking quite a bit closer and should be easier but not trivial for people to make passes on the bottom of the racetrack. And the top is still the quickest, but now the bottom is an option that people can use.
Look at Tom Drowling right now. He is right behind Pete Herod. Battle for 9th position. And for Tom, keep in mind he's one of the drivers who races a fair bit in official action when it comes to stock cars. This is one of his bread and butter cars, Chad, and so far he's shown it. He's up 4 spots.
Yeah, just being very patient. He had an opportunity not long ago to make a move on Herod and thought better of it. He realizes how much time is left, so he just tucks back in behind. He's got some work to do now to catch back up to him. The lap times between these two cars are very comparable. Last time a 31.36 for Herod, 31.39 for Dreiling. So some work to do there if he wants to catch back up, but he's shown the pace to do it. As Dallas Pataska still the fastest car on track, just turning a 31 at flat.
That's incredible, to say the very least, because it can be so difficult to build a car for this track that doesn't fall off significantly with the tire wear, as Joshua Wolf, keep in mind, is still holding on to 2nd position, but he's fallen off a cliff pace-wise. He was running a few tenths off the pace of Pataska before. He's drifted his way right back just about into the fight for 3rd position right on behind. And he's really struggling in his Jimmy Johnson throwback, Christian.
Yeah, pretty much everybody back to 7th spot is actually quicker than him right now. Obviously, Banfield Banfield, Harper, Kurt Crum, they're all running 31.3s to Wolf's 31.4. But Ryan Mayer and David H. Baker are actually running very, very quickly. They ran 31 flats last time by, so everybody is going to kind of catch up and start getting stacked up behind the 12 here. But as you were mentioning, it is really difficult to build a car for this track, setup-wise, just because of the differing demands, you know? In 1 and 2, if you're good in 1 and 2, you're almost definitely too tight in 3 and 4, and if you're good in 3 and 4, you're almost definitely too loose in 1 and 2. So kind of getting that balance is really, really tough. You sort of do have to pick which end of the track you want to be good at.
Something to go along with that, Christian, is we're going to see the track start to cool off considerably. How is that going to impact the cars? Because I would assume with the track temperature falling, it would tighten them up.
Yeah, that's definitely true. If you're at the point where your car's already tight now, you're going to really be struggling in the night. You're going to be very, very tight indeed. So probably some of the best cars right now are a little bit tough to handle through 1 and 2, I would suspect. But they'll be really, really good when they get into the night.
Those conditions currently shuffling at the moment. The wind has been bouncing up and down as well through the night. Of note, Sam Harper has jumped up to second, passing by both Wolf and Banfield. E12 pretty busy as well. That's right behind Bobrovsky, as Isaac Snyder is the driver who's in the hunt, and that doesn't look like a proper steering offset, possibly. That's a little bit to the left there, Christian.
Yeah, got a lot of this going on right now, so I'm wondering if this is perhaps a setup that everybody's using that's kind of bringing about this effect. But yeah, obviously that's not normal kind of offset down the straightaway there. And you see he has quite a bit of wheeling, not so much in 1 and 2, but definitely in 3 and 4. Now, I've actually been keeping an eye on the timing, and we've got cars that are on the verge of going a lap down. Ray Partridge and Aldous Pateklis have already gone 1 down, but Bob Beltrami and Cordell Colon, who both started in the top 10, they're probably within 3 to 4 laps of going a lap down here.
Colon actually just got lapped now, Christian, and that's been the pace right now. Beltrami is currently only about a corner ahead of Dallas Pataska. And keep in mind, this is a race in the past, Chad, where domination has come into play. The largest margin of victory happened in the Southern 500 here at Darlington. 14 laps for Ned Jarrett. That
we got a
margin,
big wreck in turn 4.
not in margin because of that big wreck referred to. It's Tom Drelling and several more who stack up. We're under caution as Drelling, I think, ran into the back end of one of the Team Mad cars who had bounced off the wall and caused the stack up.
Yeah, it was an incredible incident, and I don't know how Travis Henderson got through it with minimal damage. Here's a look at the replay. Looks like the 51 just lost it on its own. But look at this 24 car just thread the needle through there.
And major stack up. Here is Henderson. I believe this is a little bit further on behind at the moment. You can see him trying to bob and weave down these straightaways right before this incident.
I think the big loser in that incident, actually, we only just spotted it. The 451, Tim Claessens, was the car who basically broadsided onto the racetrack, so he's got massive front end damage.
It's not been a fun day for Tim. His car was fairly beaten up from the opening jump, and now he's got no front clip. As you see him on the replay having to pass by the cars. Isaac Snyder also spun out under caution. One of the drivers initially clipped in the incident, then spun it a second time.
Yeah, and Isaac Snyder in that incident, he was set to go by cleanly, and then one of the cars shot back up the racetrack again, which ended up putting him into the spin in the first place. Here's a look at the replay. Watch him go through this. He's trying to go high, and he's through it. And then I believe is that Claessens maybe that he just tried to gas it up again and lost the back end, shooting back to the right. So unfortunate for Snyder to get collected in that one. I thought he was going to be scot-free through it.
Very interesting situation as just about everyone has come down to the pit lane for service. The only driver who is not yet to pit under this caution flag period is Cordo Cologne. Good bit of the field: Henderson, Banfield, Beltrami, Fabrowski, Klassens, Malnerwich. Among drivers getting manual damage repairs done. Cologne has also come down this time. Ryan Mayer was the first one off pit lane. And an interesting note here of respect, we mentioned a bit of technical problems for Sam Harper earlier in this race with the contact with Travis Henderson. He has elected to give himself a drop to the back, an end of long slide penalty for what he had did, if I understand correctly. So he plans to drop to the back of the field here, Christian. That's what he said over text.
That's definitely an interesting move. I mean, it's commendable, I think, especially if you feel like you were at fault for the contact to kind of give yourself an EOL. I mean, it did do a considerable amount of damage to Travis's car, so yeah, I like that, actually. I kind of wish more people were sort of self-policing in that sense.
See some of the drivers there having some problems. It should be worth noting there was almost a massive stack up 2 under this caution just moments ago in turn 3, as Tim Klassens was going mightily slow at down to 46 miles an hour, and several drivers nearly ran to the back of him, because the interesting thing with when it comes to stock car racing is if you end up passing somebody before they enter the pit lane, you have the potential of getting a passing under yellow penalty. He tried to avoid that. He nearly got ran over by 5 different cars. So it's been an adventurous caution flag as one driver gets the wave around here, and one has been an interesting moment in Snyder. Everyone else getting ready for one to go. So we restack up the field. 16 cars in the lead lap, Chad.
16 cars, as you mentioned, on the lead lap. A lot of guys taking very extensive stops. It's about 15 seconds or so to change 4 tires and fuel. Some guys on pit road, like Klassens, 33 seconds, Henderson, 41, Vavrowski, 37. So a lot of guys with lengthy pit stops. Going to be interesting to see how much that damage repair helps them out as we get set to go back to green flag racing here in just a matter of moments.
And for those just tuning in, it's been Dallas Pataska who's had the dominant long run pace, but the one driver who's been able to match the lap times is Ryan Mayer. Does Mayer have the short run pace? Let's find out. Green flag's out. We're back on our way as the top 3 all get a good launch. Wolf, though, keeping it side by side for second.
The good thing for Mayer is that he did leapfrog Joshua Wolf on pit road, but can he get the momentum and keep it up? Trying to get the move done still side by side off of 2, and it's still going to be Ryan Mayer just nosing ahead, not able to get clear yet.
And this is exactly what I think Dallas may want to see. He's already ran away by 1.5 seconds with this fight, being tooth and nail, near contact a couple times. Kirk Crum lines up with Handsome Pete right behind. Will someone give anything here? Yes, Wolf gets second.
Yeah, huge moment for Wolf there through 3 and 4. Just shot up about a lane and a half. Surprised to not see contact between him and Mayer.
That's actually exactly what I was about to say, and I was going to mention how much the side-by-side really slows you down through 1 and 2 as well. Obviously, it's kind of a one-line corner, so if you're 2x2, you're losing a lot of time, as we saw there. They were already 2 seconds behind Dallas Pataska.
Just seems, Christian, that at the very least, Mayer and his car has speed long run with Pataska, but the short run pace just isn't there.
Yeah, and with Wolf, it's kind of the opposite. The short run pace is there to just about hang on, I think, but then longer run, he falls the other way. So, bit of an interesting deal between both Wolf and Mayer, because they've kind of got totally opposing cars. Obviously, they know that too, and Mayer knows that now he's going to have to pass Wolf, but Wolf probably knew that if he was behind Mayer, then he was going to be stuck there. So, I do think the Wolf kind of had to go for that, but it's probably not going to last.
They've already dropped back nearly 2.5 seconds to Dallas Pataska in what has been a Pataska-dominated race so far here for the Southern 500. He's definitely put his staple on this race so far. You see that margin growing. Mayer has already dropped back nearly half a second behind Wolf's Jimmy Johnson car. And for reference sake, for the time period for Jimmy Johnson's car, it's the 2002 to 2004 era Jimmy Johnson paint scheme, described by Wolf that Jimmy Johnson was his favorite driver when he started NASCAR, so he went to the throwback to his first few full season points. Starts.
Yeah, there's some incredible throwback paint jobs here in this field today, and I have to say I love the community getting behind the idea of these throwback races. We've got some Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon schemes. We've got, I believe, a cool Alan Kulwicki Hooters machine as well out there. Those are beautiful Apple computers car, but this is Travis Henderson trying to hold on to the 7th spot as Trevor Vavrovsky right behind him, trying to find his way around. Gonna have to see if he can't get a good launch off the corner here. These guys all line of stern, heading out of turn number 2.
And just about all the cars in this lineup have had a few Darlington stripes on the right side of their cars and a few jackhammers potentially hit to the left side of their cars. So it's been a wrestling match for some of these drivers so far, Christian, around this racetrack. Henderson doing a good job despite the damage, I will say.
Yeah, it's obviously not ideal to have damage so early on in the race, but I guess if everybody else has damage with you, then you know it kind of evens out and everybody's fair at that point. But Vavrovsky at the back of this line in the 10, he's looked pretty aggressive. Obviously, he had that minor incident earlier that could have been much, much worse for him, but I'm going to be watching to see if he can get through this group or not.
Vavrovsky right on behind. His damage is at the rear end as well as the right front and left front of his car in the Jeff Gordon paint scheme machine today. Drivers in this lineup are running in the 29.9s at the moment, the leader running 29.5s. But keep in mind, all these drivers are getting reeled in by Manurwich little bit by bit, and Sam Harper by massive chunks. Harper's already back to 10th after electing to give himself an ending longest line penalty for an incident with Henderson earlier.
Side by side back at the front of the field, guys. Joshua Wolf into the wall as well in turn number 2. And that's going to give Ryan Mayer the inside line, and he is clear as they set sail for turn number 3.
Let's take a look at it because, remember, they were fighting hard side by side into the corners before all this. And I believe there may have been a poke towards the entrance of turns 1 and 2, Christian, that may have came into play here for this pass.
Yeah, I mean, you can see very, very close here already, and this is only about 10 laps into the run, and you can already see the balance is flipped against Wolf. Mayer going to the inside, and this is kind of what I was talking about, where this is sort of a position where you accept that's lost and you give that up. Because if you don't, that's what happens there to Wolf. It tends to be what happens. You end up with the outside car going into the wall. So there is that sort of unwritten rule where if you're alongside going into one and it's midway through the race or whatnot, you know it's not like the last 5 laps, then that you give that position up just because it's so much safer to do so.
The race leader has already caught up to lap traffic. It's worth noting Colin Martzoff just fell another lap down after slamming into the wall just in front of the race leader. As these drivers have outsorted themselves out in their respective group for the time being. There's Martzoff, you've seen at the bottom of the racetrack after his significant damage just picked up now. Here's the look from Kurt Crum. He's looking to try and follow his teammate. He's had some decent pace so far. A very quiet day for Crum, I will say. Chad, only +2 for him.
Only +2, but you don't have much, room to improve when you're starting in the 6th spot, right behind Pete Harrod from 13th to 5th. But yeah, Kurt Crum doing his best to hold on there. Thinking about going to Josh Wolf, dropping back just a little bit. This is Pete Harrod trying to hold on to that 6th or to the 5th spot from David Baker. He's got a couple of cars behind him with Travis Henderson and Vavrovsky right there as well.
Things are getting interesting around this racetrack. Your points leader for the Major Series European Pro Split has just blown up in the 451. And remember, Christian, he had no front clip. Getting towards the bottom of the racetrack in just a moment here. He is now off the pace and into the pit lane. So he did not use the faster pair for Tim Klassen's That is going to be a major hit, exactly what Pataska is going to need for the championship as these drivers pass on by him.
Yeah, and I really don't know why Tim didn't use faster pair, if I'm completely honest, because I mean he took a really hard hit. I know it's early in the race, but it was clear to me that the front end of the car was off, and he needed to take the faster pair there and then, and kind of just live with it to the end of the race. So this is disastrous for him, because he was already off the pace with what he had right there. Now he's going to be 1 lap, probably 2 laps down. There's already a lot of cars that are already off the lead lap, so he's going to struggle to get any lucky dog help on cautions here. This is going to be difficult to come back from.
A Days of Thunder car now uses the faster pair. He is down that mark the rest of the way as a result. Felt break for the 451. He is now second to last, running on track. Martzov is 4 laps down after his situation. Seen, by the way, in the battle that happened on screen, David Baker was able to move his way into 5th position and is now pulled away from Handsome Pete and company. But that group has been joined by Sam Harper and company. So things are getting busy in that group, just as they are about to reach some traffic as well.
By the way, Clayson's, as he left the pits on cold tires, immediately up into the wall in turns 3 and 4. So not a great run here for your points leader. Gonna have to hope that he can just hang on and hope there's some attrition out in front of him, because he's got some work to do to try to work his way up through the field.
Interesting thing to note indeed is we're already past 50 laps. We're on lap 54 of this race. Kirk Rum is also passed by Josh Wolf for reference sake as well. And this group is actually finding a way to close up to them by a couple tenths a lap, in fact. They're actually picking up pace, Christian, as this race goes on to the rest of the cars in front.
Yeah, and this is kind of the thing. Obviously, Joshua Wolf is no longer kind of the cork in the bottle for second, but we got some fast cars back there. Obviously, Sam Harper's still on his recovery drive, and I've been kind of watching from afar, so to speak, of this grouping, and just seeing him sort of move closer into the picture. So yeah, we definitely got a kind of a battle building up here for about the third spot on back.
That's Isaac Snyder, who's now staying against the wall and saying hello to the wall with the Darlington stripe. Pretty sketchy now for Handsome Pete and Travis Henderson, who nearly make a bit of contact. Bobrovsky dives his way to the inside of the traffic as well. And that squeezes Snyder just in the backdrop of all this into the wall. So the dangers of going side by side into turns 1 and 2 continues. But here's the thing too, I want to turn to you, Christian. You may have just noticed several drivers nearly shadowed into the exit of turn 2 wall. It's so easy to get caught up on corner exit there with how quickly that wall catches you.
Yeah, there's kind of a bit of an imbalance really between how the corner ends and where the banking ends. And it really catches you out, you know. If the banking sort of kept going for a little bit longer, or the radius was just a little bit larger, then it wouldn't be near as challenging a corner as it is. And it's difficult because you kind of come through 1 and you're halfway through 2, and you're sort of winding up pace as you come through that section, and then all of a sudden you've sort of got the inverse of turn 1 at the exit, and it's really difficult, you know. You've got to kind of run a very weird line actually to sort of cut down to the dashed white marks and get off the corner in a way that carries most speed, because you know you've got to carry speed down to 3, especially if you're trying to pass somebody, and not slide up into the wall, and it's really, really difficult to do so. It's why the 3 and 4 end of the track is the one we kind of always talk about for the Darlington stripe, but 1 and 2 is just as difficult, really.
I agree with you indeed on that one. As you can see, they've reached by Jekyll's kinetic racing machine for the traffic. More hairy moments, and Handsome Pete loses a spot from it. That got really close really fast as they nearly crashed into one another, as Sam Harper's now there. Oh, and Handsome Pete's in the wall. He collides with Harper. They crash to the inside. Caution is out for the second time.
Wow, and a fantastic job by Pete. Did not spin more than he did, because he was about to shoot across the racetrack again into 3 or 4 other cars. But looking at the replay here, he caught the wall on exit. Everybody just stacked up behind him. He just could not control it anymore. And there you see one car flying past, another one, 2 or 3 coming around. Like a fantastic save there in the 21. Let's ride on board.
And this is exactly what we're talking about. You see, he was just a little bit too high, slid straight up into the wall, and then, fortunately for Sam Harper, he was right behind, and the car was always going to come down off the wall. But if you're that close, there's just not a lot you can do to avoid it. So unfortunate really for both of them how that ended with them in the inside wall, because if Harper was a little bit further back, it was probably just going to be a right side scrape for Herod.
So we're under caution for the second time today as Barney the Flagman waves his yellow flag enthusiastically. 14 cars are on the lead lap at the top of the caution flag. Isaac Snyder in the lucky dog position for this yellow flag. Those spare tire sets now going to start to be a little touch bit of a factor here as Pataska, Mayer, Crum, Wolf, Baker all dive their way into the pit lane for their service here. The interesting thing is going to be for Hanson Pete and Sam Harper. That's going to be significant damage repairs, you'd have to think, and or the fast repair with how hard they collided into the wall. In that circumstance, everybody on the lead lap has come on in, Christian.
Yeah, and I think you have to, and this is
and I think
an incident under pacing. Was that Aldous Spectacular spinning out into the inside wall?
I'm not sure what Isaac Snyder was thinking there. Isaac Snyder, the lucky dog, when he went to go around, just gassed it up and ran over Pateklis.
Wow, I am speechless on that one.
Here comes Snyder. He slows on down and runs into him.
I can only think he was anticipating going to the high side of Pateklis there, and Pateklis was kind of just drifting up the track a little bit, but still, it's the responsibility of the lucky dog to not hit under other cars under pacing. So.
And correct me if I'm wrong, does that bit of contact negate the lucky dog or no?
I think he'd already been given it, so no. I think he retains it.
He's nearly spun around to the back straight away again, for reference sake. As Pataska, by the way, won the race off pit road as all the craziness happened. Baker actually jumped up the second because Crum and Mayer took damage repair. Hanson Pete did not take damage repair. I believe that might be, yes indeed, the fast repair for the Team Mad car. And I want to loop towards this, again, towards you, Christian, because of course Team Mad is known for being a road course racing team. It's been interesting how their oval performance has been today. Hanson Pete's done a good job in his car.
Yeah, I mean, he's been running around well inside the top 10, kind of on the fringes of the top 5, and that slight mistake aside, it was looking to be a pretty good day, and obviously big points contenders such as Tim Claessens. Obviously Pataska's having a good run, but Claessens is having a really terrible time today. Bobrovsky is back there too. Snyder is having obviously a bad run as well. So this is kind of the deal where if it's not something that you expect to be great at, just having a solid run is going to be the way to make sure you get some points and kind of minimize the damage. But if you can do a good job and get inside the top 10, top 5, then you're kind of maximizing that even on something that you're not particularly great at. Obviously, we saw Claessens do that at the Rallycross round, but I think Harrod's having a really good run, except for that slight mistake off of 2.
Light brown cars coming around this time as the lights are on top of the pace car, or rather, the lights on top of the pace car are extinguished, I should say. So it's Pataska, Baker, Crum, Mayer, Herod, Banfield, Gruber, Harper, Wolf, Cologne. The top 10 so far. And team clarification coming in from Eric Mickey, who is not starting today's race, where apparently the intention was for Snyder to go high around him. Puteklis in that case is not expecting Puteklis to be on that higher lane. That's the explanation coming into play, essentially, long story short, from that organization. We're approaching 300 laps to go at Darlington in what has been domination station for Pataska, but also an eventful one for just about everyone else in the field so far for the Southern 500. Pace car is off, Pataska off and away, and half the field is still trying to catch up to the pace cars. We're off and away.
Great jump once again from Dallas Pataska. Then David Baker gets away clean. There, though, is going to jump Kurt Crum and get into that third spot. The question is, how long can he hold it? We've seen a couple of guys on these restarts drop back. Joshua Wolf, the big loser under that caution, taking damage repair, went from 4th all the way down to 8th. That's a big fall from where he was the first time the caution fell in the 2nd position.
Yes, things have definitely shuffled about, and when it comes to these positions, the question is, can Baker hold on to 2nd position now that Mayer has a bit more of a repaired race car? Keep in mind, still has some crinkles on his race car at the moment. And Bob Beltrami showing frustration just now with the radio. He just got in a little bit of a tussle with several cars in turns 1 and 2, right behind this battle for position. That because there's a lot of side-by-side where Snyder and company are, you'll see in right here. This is a hornet's nest, Christian.
Yeah, and this is happening because they're all stacking up behind Garuba. He was kind of on the top side and actually letting a lot of people go, but it was just that deal where they all kind of met in the middle of turn 1 and 2 at the wrong time. Unfortunately for Beltrami, he was on the outside and went into the fence. So not great, but yeah, this is kind of where the battle is right now.
Keep in mind, you have cars in the lead lap, cars who are 1 lap down here. You have the lucky dog battle for position in this grouping as well. You kind of need to be careful if you're in this grouping of cars, to say the very least. As Clanson's just about scraped the wall once again in the group. Here's Beltrami now, right on board with. He's trying to find a way towards the bottom of some of these cars, especially because of that. Cordell Cologne continues to be very dancy. Beltrami gets into him. Beltrami slips and slides, nearly gets him a 2nd time. What a save for Beltrami. Salami as he still is bobbling.
That could have been so much worse. A fantastic save from him. I don't know how he did it. Let's take a look at that once again. We've seen some fantastic saves after some contact here, and we're only 69 laps in to this race. So let's take a look at what happened, because that was a fantastic save to avoid that from being so much worse for Bob Beltrami.
This is incredible, Christian. You see the contact right here.
You see the 50 gets into the fence and is still kind of trying to save it, and Beltrami ends up there with him into the fence himself, nearly coming back to the 50, and then does actually manage to get it under control. I was totally expecting that we were going to see that car go either up or down the racetrack one way or another, but yeah, it's a great save. I mean, car's kind of destroyed, but it was a great save nonetheless.
It's better than destroying 5 cars.
That's true.
I wasn't sure if he was going to go high or low, but he was in the middle of 3 wide, so fantastic job by him as we keep things rolling, somehow staying green after a significant amount of contact.
Looking back at the fight for 2nd position now, they're already 2 seconds back from Pataska. That's how dominant the pace is, but it's not as dominant as before, I will say. It's only about a 1/10 or 2 difference compared to the other ones where it's been up to 4/10. So these cars are picking up pace a little bit as the track gets cooler.
And something else to note is watching the sun start to set over turns 3 and 4. It's going to be very blinding because they've got that building up in front of a look at the sun just peeking out from behind these clouds. That has to be very distracting if you're a driver. Christian, how does that impact you?
It's really rough. It's definitely not good to be driving towards that, kind of coming towards sunset. It's really bad. You have about, I think it's around about 20 to 25 minutes where that's kind of a problem, and you're always sort of looking at it. Once it gets behind the building, it's totally fine, but yeah, turn 3 is close to blind for a while. I mean, you do get used to it, but it's not great when it first starts to become a problem. You know, you're like, I can't see the corner at all. And then gradually you pick up other references to use, and then the problem goes away as it drops behind. So it's worst when it kind of initially becomes a problem, and after that you just get used to it.
I will say, I remember one time where, this is a few years ago, with the Southern 500, Kevin Harvick in particular, down that straightaway would keep on taking one hand off the steering wheel to be able to block the sun with his hand, then put his hands back on the wheel for the corner entry, etc., throughout that entire transitional period. So for some, they have that ability to do so. For some, they may have VR, though, where it's not quite as simple to do that. So it's intriguingness when it comes to sim racing action. By the way, these drivers have continued to fall off now to the 29 8s and 9s, I should say, as these drivers are getting slowly reeled in with this fight by a couple drivers behind.
One last note about that sunset, by the way, currently 6:20 p.m. virtual standard time. Sunset should come at around 7:40, so they've got a little bit longer to deal with that. But hopefully here in a matter of moments, it should be low enough at least that it'll be blocked by that building on corner entry, as well as some of the trees on the horizon. So definitely interesting to watch that sunset and how it impacts things. Track temperature down about 2 degrees Celsius from where we started. So got some work to do here for these guys to hold on until it's full nighttime here. But Dallas Pataska continues to run away.
And just like that, the caution is out down the backstretch. Bob Beltrami, let's put it this way, is not happy. Tim Claessens is now out of the race. And your points leader has now DNF'd with several other competitors. So for the third time, we're under caution. And this is going to continue the championship ramifications as the 451's oval excursion is over.
Yeah, that was a bad getting together there, right there. Obviously, a lot of cars involved. 451, 51, and the 14, all with major damage. Obviously, Tim Claessens knew that was going to be the end of his race, and yeah, honestly, that's just not a passing point. It really isn't. You know, you're coming up to the sort of the tightest part of turn 2. You really don't want to be looking to the inside there. You want to be trying to build the run so that you're on the inside of 3, or better yet, if the guy ahead of you knows that you're faster and he wants to let you go, he can actually duck to the bottom on the backstretch and give you the top side into 3. But yeah, very, very, very uncommon to see passes happening in turn 2, especially like that and so late on.
So now it gets a bit intriguing with the strategy. We only ran 16, 17 laps or so, and a couple drivers are taking this chance to roll the dice here, it looks like. On pit stops, Banfield, Erlich, Snyder, alone. Come on down, this time along with Karin Martzoff, who is several laps down. More coverage of the Southern 500 for the Major Series European Pro Split continues right after this. You're watching GSRC from iRacing. Welcome back to GSRC's coverage of the Southern 500, where the Major Series European Region Pro Split, in what has been a dominating performance for Dallas Pataska. Justin Prince, Chad Irvine, Christian Chowder with you, with Sean Ambrose in the producer's seat with Dougie Beard providing cameras for today. Man, oh man, Christian, has it been domination for Dallas?
Yeah, I mean, nobody's really taken the fight to him, especially not on the short run. But the long run pace, everybody does kind of even out. It's just he has such an advantage by the time that really becomes a factor.
He's been going right off the jump as soon as the pace car's off. Every time he's off and away once again. And 286 laps to go from Darlington.
Time after time, Pataska just goes right away. I'm surprised nobody's caught onto that yet, because every time everybody else in the field is caught napping, he's already got almost a half a second lead over Mayer and Baker.
Just absolutely incredible fire-off speed, I will say, when it comes to that 23 machine. Mayer this time did not have a fight to him side by side. That lost him time, so this is going to be the true test for Mayer. See if he can try and keep up with the raw pace of Dallas Pataska off the jump. Noni Baker has shuffled his way to third off the jump. Pete Herod up to fourth. Joshua Wolf got shuffled to fifth. Stages of this run, Sam Harper's already up to seventh. Here is the look at that said pack we're referring to, with Wolf trying to get himself back into a strong rhythm. He had 39 seconds of damage repair, keep in mind, during his last pit stop. And again, just about everyone who came down for pit stops either used a fast repair Christian last time or mainly got damage repairs done.
Yeah, and obviously we've seen a lot of cars with right sides tore up and whatnot, and some heavy damage you see right there. Picking up a little bit more damage for Kurt Crum, grabbing that wall off of the exit of 2, allowing Sam Harper to his outside. Maybe going to lose 2 spots here if Vorovsky gets to his outside. A driver we've not really said much about, actually. David Baker obviously cycled his way up towards the front, but been having a really solid night so far. Obviously inside the top 5 right now, but doesn't look like he's going to easily fall out of the top 5 on pace.
David Baker is just in front of this pack, keep in mind, that you're following along with, which continues to go to the middle of the back straightaway with how tight they've been getting towards the walls for Porosky. On those cars, you see centered up, who is trying to avoid said walls and trying to keep up with Handsome Pete and Joshua Wolf.
Not long ago, Ray Partridge was hard into the wall. No need to look back at it, but there was significant contact for that Sargent's Place machine. So hopefully that car not too heavily down. She can get things going, because it's always great to see drivers supporting charities that they care about, with Sargent's Place being represented here today.
I want to turn back to this, Christian, because Pete Herod has actually been very impressive. We talked about a little bit when it comes to his speed today in this car. And Team Mattis we refer to no more for its road course racing abilities, but for Pete, you can tell he's put in the work for today. He's looked fairly consistent, although he has gotten the wall a couple times.
Yeah, both himself and David Baker have looked really solid throughout the race so far, and you know, it's kind of a group of guys who seem to have worked together for a pretty long time, so I think they've got their own sort of plan of just trying to stay out of trouble, have a solid run, and try and essentially not put their own cars in the fence, and it's working quite well so far, you know. Obviously we've had Tim is out of the race. About 5 cars are essentially out of the race in the sense that they're off the lead lap, they're 2 laps down, so you know, it's a good game plan to just try and keep your car clean, keep the fast repair in case you need it later on, and you know that there's realistically going to be a good number of cautions that are they're going to keep you at least on the lead lap as long as you're not losing a massive amount of time.
Sam Harper making the move, by the way, as well in all this, so it continues to be intriguing, absolutely, how that teamwork comes into play, as Pete Harry now starting to struggle a little bit all of a sudden. Nearly got into the outside wall in turn 2. One driver is coming up to the pack like a cannon, though, and that is Tom Durrelling, who did take tires under caution. The downside for him, he's 2 laps down.
So that's really a play to try and get those laps back, I think. It's going to kind of maybe catch him out late on in the race if we get a lot of cautions kind of and then runs a sort of under 30 laps. That's going to go against him. But if we can even get 1 or 2 long runs, that's going to negate that decision and probably work out for him if he can get the lap back on track.
Kind of surprised to see the progress he's made through the field, because compared to other guys that are on the lead lap that started under caution, guys like Van Marowitz and Banfield, he has just been able to make passes like it's nothing. But the other guys that did pit that are actually on the lead lap have not been able to make as much progress as we see these guys starting to work their way up. This is the battle for the 6th spot, with Vavrovsky thinking about peeking to the inside of Herod, but thinks better of it as he now works his way through turns 3 and 4.
Don't forget Kurt Crum, who's in this grouping now too, Christian. We've seen the speed from Mayer. Crum is also very quick in his car, and you have to feel he's going to be hungry to take an opportunity to make a pass. Seems to take the line a little bit differently, though, in the corners, though, for Bombshell Racing Team. As you can see, some of that traffic starting to build up just up the road, too.
Yeah, and about everybody from David Baker back to David Melneritz, so 3rd essentially down to 10th, are all really running within 1/10 of each other. So it's a pretty tight fight for everybody in this group. And I think Kurt Crum's actually recovered a little bit of ground, because he lost some. He got tight coming off turn 2 one time, and both himself and Travis Henderson had the same thing, and they both dropped back from this group, but they've played themselves back in now.
And the patience game coming into play as the sunshine still shines in everyone's faces. Just everyone getting into a rhythm. Keep in mind, this is potentially going to open up the discussion too of, since a lot of these drivers are now trying to bank their tire sets and whatnot, the fuel runs. Christian, want to turn to you on this. How long, first of all, can drivers in theory make it on the gas? And second, how do you try and break it down from here on out, knowing you had 2 sets used up already?
Well, if my memory serves me right, it's around 60 to 65 laps, I think, on a tank of gas. So, you know, you can run pretty far. And to be honest, I think that the play is to actually just run as long as you can, because if you pit at this track, you're definitely losing 1 lap. And we tend to see a lot of cautions actually happen with cars on fresh tires making their way past cars on old tires. So you never really want to be the first guy to pit, because there's so much risk, but you also don't want to be the last guy to pit either, because, you know, by that point it's flipped the other way, and kind of you're going to lose out when you pit, because you'll cycle out back behind everybody else. So there is a little bit of an art to it, but I suspect that drivers such as Pataska, Mayer, Baker, they're just going to run as long as they can and wait for another caution. I mean, we've been having cautions 1 every 30-yard laps, so to speak. So, you know, about half of that fuel run. So there's a lot of options still, and I just don't think it's worth the risk of going 1 lap down to kind of perfectly even out your strategy.
Pataska being very consistent, and Chad, you picked up on this. His throttle is perfection right now.
Yeah, as he enters the corner here, you'll hear him with a big lift, of course, to slow the car down. But listen on mid-corner exit, how he just feathers it perfectly. Just that little blip of the throttle, keep the momentum up, get the back end coming around, and just the drive off is incredible here as Dallas Pataska starting to run away.
Yeah, he has ran away and then some for Mayer, who has fallen off a cliff. You may have noticed on the pylon that he fell a few seconds back. That's because a few laps ago he did hit into the wall, drifted it down the apron, gathered it back up, and all of a sudden, his car's gone from a 10th off of Pataska's pace to how about nearly 6/10 off, right into the hands of David Baker. Well, Mayer's not looking very confident all of a sudden now, as he's fallen to the 31.8 here, Christian.
It's a bit surprising, really, because we were talking about his long run pace. And
oh, trouble, front straightaway. Cordell Colon has just slammed the inside wall from 14th. He's at the bottom of the racetrack. Will this trigger a caution flag? No. He gets back going right in front of the race leader as Pataska just barely drives on by this.
The inside wall is not somewhere I'd expect to see contact, especially from what is possibly my favorite paint in the field. Absolutely love that vintage Apple throwback. Just getting very high into the outside wall and then just slamming on. Yep, you see the back end wiggle. Keeps it off the outside wall, locks it up, and just a gentle kiss of the nose.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate to actually slide into the inside wall there, but did a great job to not have a really massive incident there, I would say. And this challenge coming off turn 4, you know, that's as you were talking about Pataska and kind of his throttle application. That's really where you make time late run, you know. It's not so much kind of in the middle of the corner or even really the entry. It's all about how well can you get the car to accelerate off of 4 without kicking the rear end out and buzzing the rear tires.
So, an intriguing situation, Chad, indeed.
By the way, Tom Dreiling has pulled it into the pits and parked it for the day. That marks the 4th driver that is out of today's race.
He did get back into the wall, I believe, after he passed by the gaggle of cars, so that may be part of the reasoning for Tom Dreiling. His departure being several laps down already as we follow along with the mid-pack of drivers who continue to zip their way down the back straightaway. Borowski has found a way around Hanson Pete, Travis Henderson, Kurt Crum, Erwich, Banfield, Gruber also in this choo-choo train. The interesting thing is they are reaching some of the lap traffic yet again that's coming up the road from them. You can see a bit of a gaggle just up the track, though. Sam Harper lost a ton of time just now to Joshua Wolf because he got raced by a lap car. Yes, Colin Martzoff ran side by side with him, Christian, for a full lap, and that has allowed Wolf to close in a gap of a few seconds.
Yeah, and I can't imagine that Harper's going to be too happy about that one. I think I also saw Kurt Crum making an early pit stop.
Yes, he just came into the pit lane, in fact, yes. So Kurt Crum, 42 laps into this run, has elected to just duck down his number 7 machine as these leaders race on around.
Now, is it going to be a matter of time before everybody says it seemed to work for Kurt? We're going to try the same. I think if you're Dallas Pataska, you're just going to wait until you're out of fuel. But everybody back behind has a very tough decision to make.
Yeah, and that strategy is essentially one extra pit stop versus everybody else's play of staying out and running the tank out, so to speak. So if the race was to hypothetically go green to the end now, that would be the margin he would have to make up to make that work. But obviously it's going to mean he's very, very quick, especially against the cars that are on tires that have been out there for 40-odd laps now. So it's going to be... It's going to come down to how fast he can cut through the cars still out there on track, how quickly he can get back on the lead lap, because he's just gone one down. And it's not too dangerous right now. There's only one other car one lap down, that's Cordell Colon, so he can still get himself into lucky dog position, and then that mitigates a lot of the risk.
Again, an interesting call just now from the number 7 machine, as that's going to put him behind the rest of the field and needing this run to go green to at least stay on the lead lap. Now keep in mind, the last time I heard of a similar call such as this, it was in the eNASCAR Road to Pro Qualifying iRacing series, where it was elected by Briar LaPrade in particular. It was with Lockdown Racing to go for an extra pit stop because in theory for them, Christian, it was at Rockingham. It was about 120 laps to make it to the end after a caution flag or so. I think 130, I should say. And they thought, an extra set of tires, we can pick up an extra 12 seconds on paper. They still came out in 4th position, but that's not an easy task if your thought process is, okay, let's try this on paper. Ryan Mayer just did the same thing.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty with it, is that on paper it can look very, very good, but you have to be able to actually put it into practice, you know, and knowing that you're essentially going to have to pass everybody twice, you got to factor in how much you're going to lose in those passes. So obviously when when you're the first car to pit and you come out and everybody is out there on old tires, especially at a track like Darlington, where there's not a lot of room, you know, if it's somewhere like Kansas and everybody at that point's running the fence and you can just run the bottom and pass everybody, it's really, relatively speaking, low risk to pit early because you've got a lot of options to clear cars that are on old tires. But at Darlington, that's difficult. I mean, what do you do if you come out behind this group of Pete Harrod, Travis Henderson, and George Gruber? Because where are you going to go? There's a battle in there. Are you going to duck all the way down to the apron to try and clear these cars? And even if you do, you're going to lose some of that time.
Speaking of guys coming down pit road, now we've got Ryan Mayer that has also worked his way down, so he's the second guy to stop here under this green flag run.
Yep, mentioned that. He is currently 15th position as now. Woloski trying to pull away from Handsome Pete still. Handsome Pete has gone into the walls now as his car gets tighter and tighter, and one car in George Gruber says hello. Taste the rainbow indeed. Gruber says, I'm going to be patient with this rainbow because of that near contact. Might have been the smart play there indeed for the Skittles car to say, I'm going to wait for the door to open up, Chad.
Wow, I'm just trying to hold back laughter from your taste the rainbow comment, man. You broke me with that one, but I'm surprised he didn't break his car trying to work his way through traffic. He's kept it clean so far as Gruber holds on to that 7th spot. He's got some work to do to get back to Henderson, try to work his way up through the field.
Henderson, by the way, just added a Darlington stripe turned into a Darlington dent in the car along his right side door. A sort of significant contact. It's been a fun day, to say the very least, for these drivers. You can tell it's been a handful, though, Christian, and that's going to be the tough part, especially with some of the drivers on faster tires coming right behind these cars and quickly, too.
Yeah, and you can actually see right there, I'm watching the 7 of Kurt Crum right now trying to pass the 69, and he's just getting massively checked up on the exit of 4. And you know, that's a lot of time lost, and because he was actually so close, he's not going to run now into turn 1. He's going to get checked up again. And this is negating a lot of his advantage because we know that most of the fall off is in that first 20 laps, and you have to make as much ground as you can realistically in those first 20 because that's when you have the most tire advantage. And you can see there that the pace difference is huge. As soon as he's able to clear the 69, he's gone. He's going to be out of sight in about a lap, maybe 2 laps time. But if that happens often enough where you keep getting stacked up, then you're losing out your short pit advantage. But it is a very difficult racetrack, and that's, you know, I know the field size is not particularly large here today, and that we've already lost 4 people out of the race already. But you know, it's a challenge. I mean, it's a challenge to do this as a half distance race, let alone to do a full distance race.
There's a reason that it's considered to be good for drivers with the endurance, and my goodness, what in the world? I could see what they were trying to do there, Henderson and Gruber, but I think Gruber may have realized it halfway down the straightaway. That could have been nasty, as you see Gruber thought, you know what, let's go to the inside. I'm going to try and build up a run, and he realizes the traffic's there too. Traffic passes on by, and as that's all gone on, how about a flashback to the days of yesteryear? Jimmy Johnson versus Jeff Gordon battling for 4.
Definitely a pretty cool thing to see. 2 pretty recognizable schemes, shall we say, to fans from the kind of the early 2000s and up to sort of the end.
Oh, they hit each other! Into the wall, went Wolf.
This is on 55 lap old tires at this point, and you can tell how much of a challenge this is. I mean, we know these guys are going to be pitting within at least the next 10 laps. I suspect it might be earlier for some of them.
All that checking up again was Wolf getting to the wall down the straightaway, Vavrovsky on the back of him, and Travis Henderson, who's in the 24 with all this, ended up driving on by. George Gruber also taking advantage. Vavrovsky lost several positions because of that one little stack up. Henderson now dives his way to the inside. Wolf again not giving up, and he pays the price by going to the wall again.
Yeah, I mean, he knocked it down right there. You saw the car completely bounce off it, so that's going to be a significant amount of damage. And you see the 10 is now going to get that move done, but Harrod's moving back into the fight in the 21.
Something to keep an eye on, by the way, guys. Ray Partridge, the first car off the lead lap, in the position for the lucky dog. He's on 58-lap old tires. Kurt Crum, the next car behind him for position. He's on 16-lap old tires, making up 2 to 3 seconds a lap. So he's about to get that lucky dog spot to get his way back onto the lead lap. He does get it right now.
That just happened right there, and you see how quickly it was with those two hooked up. Crum and Mayer lined up astern. The interesting mark is they're only half a second off the pace of Dallas Pataska. So there is that right now. By the way, in the wrestling match, too, with Joshua Wolf in his race car, he has nearly got hit by Handsome Pete after he knocked the wall down yet again.
And I mean, I did have one year here where I honestly believe my car was harder to drive down the straights than it was in the corners, and that kind of looks like what's happening to Wolf right now.
That looks like what's happening to about half the field with as many hard impacts with the outside wall. It's more than a Darlington stripe for some of these guys, as Dallas Pataska now working lap number 61 on these tires. I would expect him to come down pit road very soon here.
Don't forget that includes the pace laps, too, from a caution flag period, as Pete Herod has made the move on Wolf. He now looks to gain the time back on Banfield for Brodsky, Henderson, and Gruber that he lost with Wolf, knocking down the wall several times over. There is Henderson now. He's trying to gain up to 4th position, where Gruber is up 16 positions in his car. 16, Christian. That's amazing even for Darlington standards.
Yeah, and Gruber was taking it very, very easy at the beginning of the runs, and you can see why, because it's paid off very, very well for him, and you know, got clean track for the moment, having a really nice run here in 4th spot.
Grizzly TFR Le Mans driver, nice and sporty indeed in this race car. And on that note, with that teammate, I'd like to give a shout out to Peter Mackay, who is in the French countryside for this year's events happening over in said French countryside this year. Congratulate him on that opportunity once more as we look behind to Henderson, Vavrovsky, and Banfield now lined up still amongst that choo-choo train. And here's how dominant the pace is for Pataska. These cars are off in the 32-second bracket just about. Pataska is about 2 corners right behind him.
Yeah, he's on the verge of putting most of the top 10 a lap down here. Gruber is 24.1 seconds behind in 4th position. So he's got a lot of cars to pass, but and this is realistically what your goal is. If you've got this much pace over the field, you're trying to mitigate as much risk as possible for yourself and late into the race. You do want to try and put everybody a lap down if you can. Obviously, there's a caution with the lucky dog and whatnot, but even with that, only one person is going to be on the same lap as you if that happens. So it's legitimately a goal and a real advantage to try and get everybody off the lead lap if you can do it.
Christian, I've seen this time and time again, both from you here. You're tied for the record in the major series with largest margin of victory at 1 lap. And then I saw it from you last week in the touring car series that you run as well. Hard into the wall is the 10. Wow, fantastic save to keep it out of danger from Vavrovsky. But what's it like having such a big lead on the field, even if there's only 1 car up there with you?
It's not as much fun as it might sound, if I'm honest, because you're just worried that something's going to go wrong and take it away from you, because you've got, on pace, you have it done, and it can only go one way.
Pataska is in, along with Sam Harper this time by 4 scheduled pit stops. So, green flag window is open. You've seen Wolf came in a lap or 2 earlier. That's going deep into his pit box this time. Harper, Gruber, Vrobowski on there, which are at the other end of the lane. And this is a pretty difficult pit entry, keep in mind, to get into. To be able to arc your way down underneath that pit wall. It's so easy, Christian, to just overrun the pit lane if you don't time it up right. That's why you see drivers in turn usually peel off in turn 3.
Yeah, a couple of different approaches for the pit entry here. You'll see some drivers will stay up on the banking until the last minute possible, thinking that they can kind of get a little bit more speed that way. Or you'll see people will really cut down to the apron very, very early on and try and run tight to the wall all the way through 3 and 4. And to be honest, they're about the same pace. But, you know, it's whichever one you're more comfortable with. So it's difficult because it's a tightening radius and it's on the flat. And you can very, very easily overshoot. And we've seen that happen a lot. We've seen it happen in real life as well. I can't remember exactly which year it was, but it was fairly recently where Denny Hamlin overshot the pit entry, had to go around for another lap. And you know, it's disastrous if that happens, especially if you're running very, very tight on fuel. You know, if you were pitting on your very last lap, you absolutely cannot miss the pit entry.
Trouble down the front straightaway again. It's Cordell Cologne doing burnouts down the front stretch after slamming to the inside wall. This time, no front clip. This may be enough to trigger a caution if a car gets close enough in terms of Beltrami. But the speed's just high enough to not trigger it. Beltrami able to get by safely, but Cologne's day continues to get worse. Same spot as before.
Yeah, just got difficulty putting the power down there off of 4, and this time much, much worse, though. Big impact with the inside wall.
Surprised to see that not trigger a caution. By the way, Dallas Pataska had such a huge lead. He did not lose a lap when he came down pit road, currently in the 5th position.
Cycle running a few seconds ahead of Mayer and Crum, in fact, losing a bit of that deficit because Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon are saying no, 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 and saying let's fight, fight, fight for position in front. As, let's put it this way, those cars are about to actually fall a lap down to Pataska's speed.
Yeah, I mean, they got to fight him. They really do. The race is on the verge of being over if they let him put them a lap down.
Yeah, it's like a brick wall of cars amongst them. This is the toughest challenge Pataska's had yet to pass by as he diamonds it to the bottom of the racetrack. And that will move Vrobowski to net lap down at this current rate. Keep in mind, Baker, Snyder have both extended the run forward to 72 and 54 laps respectively.
Baker comes down pit road now, by the way. Just as you say that, Baker to the pits, gonna have to see where he cycles back out.
And as well, you've seen that with Snyder, who was peeling off the racetrack as well. So move Dallas Pataska back to the point. This time by, as that indeed will mean we are down to a astounding number of 6 cars on the lead lap at 233 laps or so to go. For P2 now is Ryan Mayer with all this. He has broken away by 5 seconds all of a sudden to Kurt Crum. They were hooked together at some point of this run before Crum developed right front fender damage. Then the air drivers in the lead lap are currently Harper, and I believe that may be it at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's correct, and you've got to remember that we've got both Kurt Crum and Isaac Snyder are going to pit earlier than everybody else.
And the same for Ryan Mayer. He's currently running his 28th lap of this stint. Kurt Crum lap 32.
Taking a look at some of these battles now forming up. Handsome Pete has lost a lap during the cycle. It's not for position, but it's fresher tires versus older tires. Why Mayer gives up the ghost, nearly knocking down the advertising boards with them. Able to let him on by, and then we'll have Cordell Cologne coming on behind as well. So, when the battle's on track, Wolf and Vrobowski is still fighting for 5th and 6th. Baker and Milerwich are 7th and 8th grouped together. The rest of the field getting into a good rhythm. Take a look at these two once more. Still very valuable positions, though, even with it 1 lap down with 4 cars now in the lead lap, Christian, yes. But this is going to be for the lucky dog for the time being.
Yeah, so there's totally a fight here, and this is why I was saying that the leader's goal is obviously to try and get as many people off the lead lap as possible, so there's only going to be one person to fight at the end. But then that's where the battle becomes, you know, everybody's trying to get that lucky dog spot. And actually, I think at the moment, this is not the lucky dog, but it's got the potential to be the lucky dog, because he's 23.5 seconds behind. Sam Harper in 4th right now. He's looking pretty good for second place in this race, because both Mayer and Crum are off strategy. They're going to fall behind. They're going to fall 1 lap down at some point, and then that means Sam Harper essentially is in 2nd spot right now, with a fairly large advantage over the drivers that he would be fighting for the lucky dog for in Joshua Wolf and Trevor Vavrovsky.
Keep in mind, you see that car that's coming that's very fast all of a sudden. That is the fresher tired car of David H. Baker Singh. Those positions, please. Grizzly TFR machine makes 1 move and is ready for the 2nd on Wolf. Will Wolf make this a fight? No, he actually gets into the outside wall again. And lets Baker on by to move Baker back to 5th.
Big contact in 3. The 50 and the 915, I think, of Ryan Mayer just got together.
Oh!
That was hard contact. Let's take a look at the replay. Mayer just trying to get by, and unfortunately the 50 machine just getting the run on the outside puts him into the wall.
And watch it right here. It's turn 3 entry, and again, Cologne has already gotten repairs done. He's on fresher tires. And then... wow. Well, that's a way to lose your front clip a 2nd time in the race.
Yeah, and a meeting in the middle, I would say there. It looked like the 50 was going to the bottom, but it also looked like Mayo was kind of going to the bottom.
And Cologne is really struggling out there. I think that his day is just about done.
Yeah, I think it... oh, and Kurt Crum just got into the fence in turn 1.
Everyone's starting to lose their minds a little bit as Crum is now starting to lose pace. Actually loses spot to Sam Harper. They're already within a few seconds away from Bataska. What's the thought process for someone like Bataska when you may notice in your vote, oh, all these times have just changed by 3-4 seconds with all the contact? How do you try and play this knowing you've got a gaggle of 5-6 cars now lined up astern who are bouncing off the walls in front of you?
I think your goal is to get by all of them, and then just you can kind of put on cruise control after that point. You know, there's not a lot to be gained by putting everybody 2 down. Obviously, he's got the 50 of Colon ahead of him, who he knows has been involved in a bunch of incidents so far. He's probably just seen him grab the wall in 3 and 4 as well. So, you know, you are a little bit more cautious, especially when you've got so much pace in hand, but you still kind of want to get it done. And this has really gone badly for the 915 of Maya and the 7 of Crum, because they have already essentially lost to Sam Harper. Remember, they've got to make 1 extra pit stop, and Harper's already passed them. So they're now already essentially a pit stop behind.
Crum you see settling on down. Bataska has gone in by Cologne this time. Here is Mayer, who has been passed by Sam Harper now. So there is a chance in the next couple laps Bataska will do something at his domination station. Lap the field at the rate he is currently running. Let's take a look at Herod and Henderson. This is fighting for 9th position on the track at the moment. Are joined by Bob Beltrami, who is in 15th position. The lap differential 1/10 quicker last time by for Henderson. Loses a bit of ground, and it looks like this time nearly getting into the wall.
Bataska just put Crum, another car, a lap down. If we're not even to halfway yet. If we see Bataska lap the entire field before we get to halfway, do you guys think we'll see 2 laps being the difference, setting a new record here in the Major Series?
Could be. I think it's unlikely, but it's possible.
Roberto Colon's jumped out of the car, by the way. It should be worth noting, but in terms of the answer of the thought process, there's a chance. But remember, you're racing later tonight, correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, so you've got the chance to try and match the same speed from Tasca.
I am, but I've got absolutely no illusions that I'm going to be able to put the field a lap down. That's for sure. I mean,
You've done it once.
Well, you see, the thing is, right, okay, I get that this used to be my deal of racing the Cup car every week, you know, and running the Coke Series and whatnot, but that was near enough a year ago now, and things are different, and I'm putting out my excuses now. I'm not the same person when running these ovals as I once was, so I am honestly not expecting to be in the fight to win tonight. I'm kind of using it as a bit of an experiment to see what I think of the track and whatnot, and the work that we've done in that sense, and I'm taking it from there, and I'm hoping to have a clean run and not end up on the hook by the end of the night, pretty much.
Are you able to learn things watching these guys race, knowing you've got the exact same situation coming up here in a couple hours?
Yeah, a little bit. So through 3 and 4, it does look like you can make passes on the bottom, and it doesn't look like it's trivially easy to do it. It doesn't look like the bottom is preferred over the top either in terms of raw pace, so I'm pretty happy with that. That looks quite good. I feel like the pace itself might be a little bit on the fast side, but overall, I'm quite happy with what we've got right now.
Well, if it's like Patasca's call, can say you're in a decent spot for later on tonight for the Americas. Cologne has actually jumped back into the car after 1 minute and 27 seconds. That is a few car lengths in front of this fight between Vrabowski and Crum, which Vrabowski has moved on by the 7 with the difference on the tire cycles. One more driver is just ducked on in, and Ryan Mayer, he's coming in this time, Mayer is. Cologne has also just ripped his front clip off for a 3rd time this race.
He's struggling big time. Cologne is out there. I'm surprised to see him back out on track. But at this point, he's just logging laps, trying to protect his position. He's already running 17th, 2 laps behind the next car for position. With the attrition rate so far, I'm surprised to see him back out there because we only have 4 cars out of this race at the moment, as we see both Mayer and Crum now down pit road.
And Christian, you might have to explain this strategy call because it's not necessarily 1 extra pit stop now. It's looking like their target is simple. Make it 43 laps.
Yeah, looks like they're kind of doubling down on that, and I think it's one of those things where you gain short term, and if a caution comes out, it can cycle you up to the front. But overall, I don't think it's a good strategy. You're obviously taking multiple more pit stops now, and the thing is, the difference between tires at lap 40 and lap 60 is not that much. You know, it's not a linear fall off, so you're not gaining this. So, for example, the difference between, say, lap 1 and lap 20 is quite large, and you're gaining a lot, but then the difference between, say, 40 and 60 is quite small, and in some cases it can actually almost be near identical. So that's why it's over the past couple of years on the service we've seen everybody's trended towards actually trying to maximize run length if they can and cut out as many pit stops as possible, and I think that's the play, and I think that these guys may have gotten that one a little bit wrong.
Have to see how things work out for them because their call has put them 2 laps down to the rest of the field. And this man, seen on screen, Dallas Patasca, he is now 1 corner behind Sam Harper and is only a couple car lengths behind David Baker in range to lap the field. Vrabowski has also just knocked the wall down for 4th position. 3 cars on the lead lap for those just tuning in for the Southern 500 for the Major Series European Pro Split. As some of the battles heating up include this one. Manerwich and Henderson among the cars who have cycled behind, or past I should say, Wolf and Herod, with these slight differences on tire cycles. And Chad, we're approaching that halfway point of the race fairly soon. What's kind of the mindset if you were in this car personally on how you now approach things, knowing you've been in this race for a good significant amount of time and the rhythm has to be nailed on down?
Yeah, these guys are an hour and a half into this race. We're not even halfway yet. I talked about how it was going to be all give and all, all give early, and it's going to be all take at the end. At some point, there is a balance shift. It might be a little bit early, especially with how much Dallas Pataska is running away with it. But as this race goes on, you're going to see guys maybe more aggressive to defend their positions as they try to just hold on to where they can on track. David Baker right now doing everything he can to hold on to where he's at, because these guys are fighting very, very hard as we work our way down through laps. Currently working 158 out of 367, and David Baker started 10th. You see it there, up 7 spots. Not the biggest mover. Vavrovsky's up 8. Milanovitz is up 16 positions from where he starts. There's some huge movers through the field so far, but there's also some pretty big losers out there as well.
All spots lost. Cologne -10 on the race. He's 17th. Then it's a tie for -6 between Beltrami, Partridge, and Kirk Crum, who are on your various cycles or have had varying levels of luck today here at the place they call Too Tough to Tame. And Henderson is closing up this ground fairly quickly now, but will get a bit of trouble as he comes across the nose of Mayer, and we're under caution once again.
David Baker just saying thank you for that, because he was about to lose a lap, and that's going to bring Vavrovsky back onto the lead lap, actually. So that's going to put 4 cars now on the lead lap.
You're going to have to explain this one to me, Christian, because it just looked like Henderson didn't realize there was a car there for a second.
Yeah, very, very confused by that one, honestly. I'm not really sure what happened. Obviously, the spotter would have called that there was a car that was outside, and maybe he was just kind of zoned out a little bit. I mean, he just caught that big moment and was drifting back up. It could have just been a miscom, kind of thinking that he would give up the bottom and didn't realize the top was already taken. But yeah, that was quite a weird one. That's not obviously worked out well for Henderson himself.
So that shakes up the race for a couple drivers and saves a bunch of drivers' races. Harper and Baker stay on the lead lap with the caution. Vavrovsky is in the lucky dog position. Timing of this yellow flag with 206 laps to go. A lot of our drivers are pinched on down. Several laps down in this situation as the window has opened up. The rest of the field has such a big deficit. They're still trying to catch up to Pataska, who is already down halfway through the lane.
Yeah, so something we've got to keep an eye on here. Obviously, there's a lot of cars that are not on the lead lap. So we see that Vavrovsky is getting the lucky dog wave around, but Pataska is pit, and I believe the other lead lap cars have pit with him. But we'll have to see how many come down the second time. So the second time around is when the non-lead lap cars are allowed to pit. There is the opportunity of staying out and taking the wave around, but that has the potential to be disastrous, because most of the field who are essentially in a position to do that would be going out on tires that have ran in anywhere between 27 and 35-ish laps, that's going to be really, really tricky on a restart if you elect to stay out. But obviously there is that element of risk and reward, because if you stay out and you've got that 1 lap back and somebody spins up and causes an immediate caution, that's a lap that you got for free.
Worth noting that Harper has gotten damage repairs done, and looking as a lot of drivers in through turn 4 have ducked down. The only driver I think who may even consider the wave who was 1 lap down is Ryan Mayer, who got squished in the wall just moments ago. Everybody else that's 1 lap down just pit. Kurt Gruber is also staying out of the racetrack, as that's going to take a lot of the wave arounds out of the equation potentially, and mean we'll have maybe up to 5 at the most lead lap cars here for the upcoming restart here for the Southern 500. So let's take this opportunity to get the thoughts so far. Chad, your thoughts on how this has played out so far?
It started out with the way the race started. I was surprised to see how much the attrition has fallen off. Still only 4 cars out of this race. Some guys maybe with a little more damage than I would consider drivable, but they're putting down some fast laps and seeming to make it work. So far, other than that, Dallas Pataska, just domination station for him, as we now down to 4 cars on the lead lap with a couple of cars staying out. Those include Gruber, Mayer, Beltrami, and Clone, the 4 cars that are going to take the wave around.
For you, Christian, how do you feel this race has played out as Broski has completed his service with 48 seconds of damage repair?
I think overall we've had less cautions than I was expecting, but we've had a lot more cars hit the wall on their own and pick up damage than I was expecting. So a bit of a weird one, really. The wrecks that we've had have not really been that big. They've not been multi-car wrecks for the most part. We did have that one on the backstretch that had 3 involved, but you know, it's mainly been either 1 or 2 car incidents that have been fairly mild, but there is a lot of cars out there with damage. Obviously, Pataska is kind of just in his own league right now, so I don't expect that's going to change, but I am surprised how many cars have damage at essentially the halfway point of the race. I thought we would see people taking it quite easy all the way up until, say, lap 200 to lap 250.
Right, lap 164 coming to lap 165 this time. There are only 4 cars on the lead lap. Pataska, Baker, Harper, Bobrovsky. Green flag is out, back on her way. Pataska says bye-bye to the rest of the pack.
Already clear by about 7 car lengths over David Baker. And the interesting note there is that Pataska waited about half a second. That's a half second longer than he's waited for the pace car to pull off on these restarts. That gave him a significant jump. He's already half a second ahead of David Baker as he heads into turn number 3.
Great launch indeed, and Sam Harper actually has to deal with some of the lap traffic that has gone in by him. Lucky Dog position driver is the 69 Motorsport for the time being, who was that driver who made the move after the restart. So in our words, that Hooters car needs to keep it nice and clean, while Baker has that cushion for the time being to help break away.
I mean, Baker's been great. I mean, he really has. You don't really think of him as an oval driver, but he's been really, really impressive. He's gotten stronger as the race has gone on, and he's legitimately looking like he's essentially in a fight with Sam Harper for that second spot. Obviously, some other fast drivers have kind of fallen by the wayside. We've not really spoke much about Joshua Wolf for a while. Ryan Mayer has had his own incidents. Claessens is out of the race. And Baker's there with a car that looks essentially clean and having a great run in second spot.
And we talked about this a little bit earlier, Christian, but the championship standings are going to take a massive, massive swing as a result of some of the big hitters like Claessens having the struggles today.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity, obviously, for drivers such as Tasker. He's going to gain a lot of points here. I think the last round at Spa for him, he was a little bit surprised just how strong Claessens was, and he was expecting that to be a potential win, and obviously it turned into a very strong second. You know, it was close between them really, but I think he kind of got that marked as an opportunity to gain some points, and it actually turned into a negative, and obviously Rallycross went against him, so it's kind of evening out. And throughout the field, I think teams-wise is probably where the most damage is going to be done.
Yeah, we're not talking about the car damage. We're talking about how it's been, for some organizations, in a challenge. Let's put it that way. It seems for some of the drivers to get used to this circuit. Just see how Baker's having to drive this circuit here today in Darlington Raceway. How he's handling these corners, as the sun is still not behind the building quite yet. Of note, Handsome Pete is staying just about 1 second behind Miller, which for the battle for 5th position. And Lucky Dog, Isaac Snyder, Joshua Wolf, Ross Banfield, also fairly close. Those drivers separated by an interval of about 2.4 seconds amongst those one lap down cars.
And the gap already starting to grow for Pataska. 29.1 last time by David Baker running P2, 29.45. So already the pace is just there for Pataska, flying out there as we drop back to look at Isaac Snyder holding on to the 7th spot with Joshua Wolf right up his tailpipe.
And for Isaac Snyder, you can see how laser focused he is, and right there, that gave him a bit of a jolt. Snyder with a big save, and Snyder now with a crushed right side of the race car. You see the facial expressions as soon as he knocked the wall down there, Christian.
Yeah, I mean, it's total panic, you know. As soon as you hit the wall, you don't really know necessarily where you're going to end up, so... obviously, it kind of came up on it. It's not the first time that car's been in the wall with the right side, but yeah, you see, you can tell if you kind of use the seams on the track, and you can sort of, if you see the car moving away and across to, say, the second seam, you pretty much have a guarantee that you know that car's going to hit the wall. It's difficult though, you know, like a lot of time when that happens, it happens too late in the corner for you to be able to do anything.
Snyder answers all that contact back to 10th position is where he gathered things up. The battle for the lucky dog now starting to intensify. Team Mads, Pete Herod trying to close up the gap. Joshua Wolf, the fastest of this grouping of cars though, gained 0.3 last time. You have to feel Wolf is going to be hungry to try and get this position as soon as the door opens up here, Chad.
Yeah, you're just looking at yourself, trying to do everything you can to work your way through every spot you possibly can, because it's a long race, but one position here, one position there, it'll add up, especially if the caution comes out at the right time for you.
Mike Wolf is taking it a little bit patient in this line for the time being. Monerwich trying to stay in a rhythm. Wolf has
this
been
is a
daring.
major spot, you know, because it's essentially the lucky dog. So
yeah.
this is a real fight right here to kind of stay in the race.
And this is going to be where you don't want to be that driver that gets in an incident for the lucky dog spot either, because you get into an incident and trigger the caution flag, that takes you out of eligibility for the lucky dog since you're in the incident.
And that can definitely happen. Obviously, we've got 4 cars essentially fighting for the lucky dog here. If they all stack up into their own incident, then the lucky dog goes back to the next car in line, which I believe is Travis Henderson.
Travis Henderson is 3 seconds behind all of this. See just a touch bit of Rotsky's car in the backdrop, in fact, as well. Wolf looking like he wants to go. And Herod nearly getting into the fence that time, and the apex of 3 and 4. Wolf now getting held up, it looks like, in all this. And how do you try and now handle this, Christian, if you're Josh? Because he's poked to the inside a couple times. He's trying to build up runs off the corners. He just can't get the run he's looking for, at least yet, on Hanson Pete as he's trying it again.
Yeah, I think I would go with this. I would try to use the bottom in 3 and 4 and stay alongside him into 1, but it was just a little bit too low there. The difficulty for him is he's got Ross Banfield behind him, and if he slips up, he'll lose that spot. And Banfield's got to run now, going to look to his inside. And really, this is, well, yeah, that's kind of why you're almost forced to give it up if you're on the outside into turn 1. Got very, very lucky there to not put the right rear in the fence.
Lost 3-4 car lengths as a result of the loss of speed, trying to give space to Ross Banfield in that situation. He's still staying dialed in, pace locked in with Mount Airwich right now. As Wolf just got into the wall just behind these two, you see the side-by-side building up yet again in the backdrop. It's all of that tap to the wall. And we haven't talked too much about this yet, as Wolf is now shuffled into the wall. In fact, right now, Wolf scrapes the wall, drop Wolf back to 8th spot.
And everybody just seemed to mow the fences down that Hooters Underbird machine of Milanowicz. Just doing everything he can to hold on right now. Look at him working that wheel as he now dives it into the corner. Just slides it up. But great job keeping that car under control. A little bit of contact there possibly. Gets it up into the wall.
Yeah, there was contact from the 777 at Bamfield. He was underneath and he was there, but he just gassed up a little bit too soon and it pushed his own car up the racetrack. And unfortunately for Wolf, he was on the outside and he ended up in the fence.
Now lost touch that battle for the Lucky Dog positions. Handsome Pete, you may have noticed with all that, did make the move up to 5th position, passing by Norwich after he didn't get a good run off the corner. So Handsome Pete looking to try and hold on to the 5th position for the time being. What has been an intriguing race halfway coming up these next few moments. Coming up to 185 laps to go this time of the stripe. What has been a Pataska-dominated race for those just tuning in. Curious on this Mark II, Christian. We haven't talked much about dirty air today. How do you feel that is the play when it comes to Darlington Raceway? As we've seen it come into play a couple times today.
It's definitely a factor if you're in the pack, and it's totally a factor through 1 and 2, obviously, where it's pretty much a one-line corner, and you can't really do anything to sort of offset. In 3 and 4, it's less of a deal with being able to pick a different lane, as long as obviously you're not in a pack. It's not and never has been so bad around here compared with, say, 1.5 mile tracks, just because there's so much off throttle and so many opportunities for the drivers you're fighting with to make their own mistakes, and that's always been really the thing with dirty air on the big 1.5 miles, is since you're almost always just cracking the throttle, it's not often where your opponent will make a severe enough mistake that will offset the dirty air and you'll be able to pass. Whereas on a track such as Darlington or Bristol, as we see the 14, I think, of Beltrami slide it right in front of us. Like a track such as this or Bristol or whatnot, it's still there and you'll still feel it, but you can rely on other things to sort of offset it enough for it to not be as big a player.
This is what happened to Beltrami as he got a bit into the wall and just kept it out of the racing line. He has now made his way to the pit lane in live action. So Beltrami, not liking how he was feeling in that car 50 laps into his respective stint. We're just past halfway now with 4 cars on the lead lap. Banfield now making the move towards the inside of all these cars. That is for position for 6th spot.
Bobrovsky straight into the fence, trying to pass that 69 as well, and this is actually key here with Bobrovsky, because he is on the lead lap. He's in 4th, but he's essentially half a lap down now. So this fight that we've had for the Lucky Dog, where Pete Harrod is in P5 and he is the Lucky Dog if the caution comes out, it's only going to be valid for probably another 25 laps or so, which sounds a long time, but it's really not. And obviously with Vorovsky getting into the fence there, he's not helping his own car's performance for kind of staying on the lead lap.
Now, this is not looking the greatest for Bobrovsky and company today, as Beltrami has ducked his way out of the lane after 31.8 seconds in his pit stall. Bobrovsky building up a run this time on Banfield, not able to build up enough of it. Side by side, Banfield has just about broken away from 69. Joshua Wolf, we've seen the backdrop. Also back in the wall, Travis Henderson, Isaac Snyder have reeled in those machines as a result of all those bits of contact. So now, how do you slice this race down, Chad, knowing it's been one of the more intriguing races I've seen this year in terms of how it's played out, in terms of the laps, in terms of drivers with the trouble spots? How do you try and slice it on down on how you approach this second half of the race now, especially strategy-wise?
Yeah, from here to the end, it's just divide and conquer. Try to make your runs as long as you possibly can. These guys about halfway through a fuel run, and we've got a solid green flag run going here as well. So these guys just trying to make the most of it here as the track is going to start changing. About 15 minutes or so from sunset, you can kind of see it being a factor on the exit of turn number 2, but once you get into entry to turn 3, it's not an issue, and most of this track is just bathed in shade at this point.
Darker and darker. You've seen 89 degrees Fahrenheit is now that track temperature at the moment. The air temp stayed fairly similar to what it was before the circuit, as we see Wolf on your screen. He's running in the 31.6s, 6/10, second off the pace of Dallas Pataska for comparison's sake. And they are having to deal with drivers like Beltrami diving to the inside to make things interesting. So the awareness needs to stick up here, Christian, especially since fatigue may start to settle in. Ryan Mayer, by the way, has just ducked into the pit lane, this time after only 39 laps on his strategy in the 915.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's looking at trying to do somewhat equal 60 to 65 lap runs to the end of the race from this point. I was just kind of actually sort of back calculating a little bit, and it is in sort of the like 180 to 200 region. I mean, that sounds pretty broad, but it is kind of in that area where you can sort of pit and nicely make it to the end of the race, so to speak. They're actually in a little bit of a bind with this being kind of halfway through a stint at this point. It does mean that they can either run fairly short stints or they can run long stints with then one kind of half at the end sort of thing. So gonna have to keep an eye on what's going on there. But yeah, the fatigue thing's totally a deal, especially if it spreads out and whatnot. You can very easily just make a mistake by, you know, just the worst thing you can do at tracks like Darlington is think, oh yeah, I got this. As right there, Joshua Wolf is going around. I'm not sure who he had contact with there, but again on the straightaway.
Joshua Wolf that time hit and turned around by Isaac Snyder. We're still green as Wolf gets back under power. And Snyder has crashed a second time in live action down the back straight for a caution. You see Snyder with the first part of the incident. He ended up turning around the 12, and then, as he got back going, looked to be okay. Then got side by side with Colin Martinsoff and hit him.
That's big impact there for the 13 this time.
He's already out of the car. As, my goodness, an adventurous lap for Snyder. Pete Herod, the lucky dog, to get us back to 5 cars in the lead lap. Again, that brings us under yellow once more from Darlington Raceway after a huge impact for Snyder. Well, that simplifies the strategy you were talking about, Christian.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it's pretty easy from this point. I'll just you know, just be subtracting 60 from 367 until I figure out where we need to be. And yeah, well, at 187, that would have been about right. So yeah, pretty nice strategy from this point forwards, I think, for everybody.
Lap cards coming on in. It's a bit closer this time. They're bundling up with Pataska, Baker, Harper, Borowski again. Pete Herod, you're a lucky dog. This caution flag in the Major Series Southern 500 for the European Majors Pro Split. Team Madcar ducking to the outside line as Pataska makes his way to the pit box for service this time. He's the 5th pit stops of the race today. So far, no major mistakes down on pit road for these drivers for the most part today. Baker has already completed his service this time. Pataska off and away, along with Harper. Bobrovsky, just completing his service, is taking the opportunity to get damage repair done for a second consecutive yellow flag.
And by the way, that number 23 machine of Dallas Pataska, you could have rolled that thing off the showroom floor and I couldn't tell a difference because that thing looks clean and pristine as Dallas Pataska just led his car perfectly through these 4 corners as we work lap 197 right now.
Down to the pit lane this time will go for Brosky. Rather, Brosky coming out of the pit lane. Banfield, Harwich, Henderson, Wolf, Gruber, Crum, Partridge all coming down. And Mayer, who already completed service 5 laps ago, again is in a situation, Christian, where his call means he has to take a wave.
Yeah, it's been pretty unfortunate for him. Obviously, he's looking like he's going to be 1 down, I think. He's either 1 or 2 down. I'm not 100% sure. I have to see when the timing updates. But yeah, obviously, he's gone from a contender for that second place trophy, so to speak. And he's basically out of that race right now. He's going to have a serious amount of luck. If this stays green, it's about 2 more stops. So, actually, that's not right. No, it's not 2 more stops. It's 3.
Either way, it's going to be intriguing how this all plays out. As just counting up the yellows, 5 so far. Count those just tuning in. 170 laps to go. This time by at the stripe. And the drivers on the lead lap after this caution flag are Dallas Pataska, David H. Baker, Sam Harper, Pete Herod, Trevor Verbroski, Ross Banfield is currently battling with Monerwich now for the lucky dog position. Travis Henderson taking significant damage repairs under this caution flag. And that's currently all the drivers who are 1 lap down as we get the 1 to go signal this time by. Ryan Mayer is currently scored 2 laps down with the wave around.
Yeah, Henderson in his box, Wolf in his box for 57 seconds under that caution, getting out just in front of the pace car. But right now it's still Monerowitz, Banfield, and Henderson, the 3 cars on lead lap, on 1 lap down. Henderson took a minute of repairs, got some work to do for him. Hopefully those repairs were worth it as he tries to work his way back onto the lead lap. He's going to need some help as he's got 2 cars in front of him to get by.
Going to be a wild race towards the second third of this event. 168 to go when we take the green flag. It has been a Tasca day. Something 500. He has led just about every lap of this race. Green flag is out once more. And once again, Pataska waves bye-bye to the rest of the pack.
Still a common theme for Pataska, getting a fantastic jump off the restart. A considerable lead as he exits turn number 2.
Lead is already up to 0.6 of a second over Baker. Harper's dropped back to 1.1 seconds for Vrosky. 1.3 trying to battle with Harper, in fact. Baker does have a little bit of space over the rest of his competitors to try and break away from the rest of the pack. Keep in mind that battle for 3rd position also has the battle for the lucky dog right on behind it, with Banfield trying to utilize some of the draft down the straights and try and break away from the 69.
Yeah, we've seen them kind of tied together pretty closely for this sort of middle third of the race, so to speak. So it's not going to be an easy fight for the 777 against the 69 here. And Henderson is in that fight in a way, but significantly further back in terms of track position.
Make the way down the front straightaway once more in what has turned into intriguing one. New fastest lap. Guess who? It's Dallas Pataska at 28.544. It's 0.2 quicker than anyone else on the racetrack's fastest lap.
Didn't even give you a chance to take a guess there, Justin. But man, that's exactly what my guess would have been. 28.544, so blazingly fast, especially when you're a couple of tenths faster than anybody else on track at the moment.
Very curious of what's inside that car, to say the very least. Hinton Christian with the speed that showcased there, as received from Bobrovsky, trying to still battle with Harper. And keep in mind, Harper's been dealing with that technical issue you may have noticed there throughout the race, which can make it a little bit difficult for drivers to time up where to make the move.
Yeah, definitely more of a factor now that he's in this fight. See a little bobble from him there off of turn 4. I think Vavrovsky might have something for him here, but Harper has been very, very good on long runs.
He has been very much dialed in on those portions of the race. This time he's weeble wobbling. Harper actually blocking, and that scares Bobrovsky a touch bit with that problem we've mentioned. Bobrovsky getting held up there. That could have been very dangerous there with the timing of all that.
Yeah, it could have been really bad actually for Sam Harper there. He could have very easily got turned around. I mean, no fault of his own. It's just reality in a way of racing on the internet, but obviously still not great. And when you see that kind of happening, you just sort of have to try and do your best to not be involved in any incident and whatnot, and predict where that car is going to actually be.
And by the way, you talked about the long run speed of Harper. At the end of the last green flag stint, he was running 31.5s, 31.6s. That's compared to Vavrovsky, who was 2 to 3 tenths of a second slower every single lap towards the end of the run.
That battle now breaking up a little bit as Vavrovsky has bobbled his way towards the outside wall a couple times. You see a Hornet's Nest right behind with Kurt Crum as well. That is a battle for position in the backdrop of all of this with Joshua Wolf. All of this is while Banfield holds on to the Lucky Dog spot. Here is Kurt Crum. We were just talking about moments ago. 29.8s currently during this run and trying to break away from that Jimmy Johnson throwback.
And he's in a tough spot because he's the first car 2 laps down.
How does that affect how you race the rest of these cars as a result here, knowing you're really behind the rest of the pack and basically need everything to go right for you to get back in the conversation?
It's a rough deal because you can't really gain anything by racing them to the extent of passing them and whatnot, you know? But at the same time, so right now he has 3 cars ahead of him that essentially on 3 cautions could get Lucky Dogs. So on the 4th caution, he's only getting 1 back, which means in the most ideal of situations, if we don't consider people losing the Lucky Dog, he needs 5 more cautions to be back on the lead lap. And it's rough to deal with that, knowing that that's probably not going to happen for you. So you just kind of have to look at who's around you and go, okay, well, I'm going to be in the top 10 here. I've still got, 4 cars on my lap. I've got to actually still turn a decent pace, not make mistakes, and hopefully not go more laps down. But he's got the opportunity of getting a top 10, which is decent for points. It's just unfortunate that he's probably got the same pace as cars ahead of him. He's just not racing for them on the same lap.
Reminds me of Jeff Gordon back in 2005 at Martinsville, where he got, I think it was 4 Lucky Dogs during that race and ended up being the winner. I believe there's only 8 that have actually gone on to win after receiving a Lucky Dog in a race in Cup Series history.
Very interesting indeed, and funnily enough, there's been some occasions where at tracks like Martinsville, it's more prominent, where a few years ago, a person who was able to go 2 laps down magically, get 2 Lucky Dogs, make it to the race lead, then magically wrecked. So, just a short story in that circumstance there, as we take a look at more serious matters, the battle for 3rd position.
And this battle has just been going for so long now that I don't want to say it's draft locked, but the way that these guys have been fighting, it's Vavrovsky doing everything he can just to get around Harper because of those technical issues that he is having. It's very distracting as a driver. Just got to do what you can to keep your focus here and focus on hitting your marks and not worry about what the guy in front of you is doing.
Worth noting, Isaac Snyder had come back on the racetrack for 13 laps, just ducked down this time by, and elected now to use the fast repair and lose several laps under green. So the intriguing strategy onions continue to go flying amongst all this as Vavrovsky trying to go flying. Speaking of cars flying, Dallas Pataska is still flying around the circuit.
About halfway to putting Pete Herod back a lap down at this point. Actually not built a massive lead here. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's nearly 4 seconds out front, but, you know, he's not 8-9 seconds out front like he was in kind of the 20 lap runs we had near the beginning of the race.
Cordell Clone back hard into the wall once again in turn number 2. So that car pretty beat up as he's already knocked the front end off way too many times. These guys up at the front still having a blast. Yeah, Dallas Pataska, as the track is starting to cool off, it's dropped 1 degree from where we were not too long ago. He is starting to do some work out there, but this is the battle for the 3rd position with Sam Harper just trying to hold the outside here with Pavlovsky to the inside. Almost some contact there.
That's Kirk Rum to his inside. Bobrovsky last corner made the move to the inside line to be able to drive on by. Harper's car looks like it's turning sour all of a sudden, Christian.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why. Obviously, we were talking about earlier on how he had such great long run pace, and there's no real reason why it would go the opposite way, kind of heading into the night. The advantage might reduce a little bit, but it should still be a very good car. So I don't know if he's adjusted on it and potentially gone the wrong way here, or if he's just taking it easy, knowing he's having these technical problems.
Keep in mind his right side's crunched in, and one of the things I've noticed a lot over the years, Christian, is you crunch in the quarter panel in particular, even a little bit. It can be the difference of a couple tenths in some cases, because that makes you very loose and takes some air off that right rear, essentially, for that tire.
And
as Bobrovsky nearly takes that car to the inside wall, Harper drives right on by.
Yeah, Bobrovsky making some unapproved right side adjustments right there, and nearly making some left side ones as well, but actually kept it out of the inside wall. I mean, that's frustrating for you when that happens. You know, you've spent such a long time getting ahead of Sam Harper, and then you make a mistake and you're back behind him again. And you can see, same as we've said before, where if you look at the seams, you can tell that the car is going up to the wall if they're not down against that lowest seam coming off the corner.
Bobrovsky really struggling now. That car looks like it may have taken a little bit too many beatings now to the right side. He's really trying to gather it back up. It's picking up the spoiler. It looks like the splitter's not sealed up to the racetrack now from that hit, Christian, either.
Yeah, and obviously if you take front end damage, that's pretty severe, especially to kind of the splitter area of the car and whatnot. And yeah, as you were mentioning about quarter panel damage and whatnot, so depending on what you damage on the car, it does obviously, it impacts not only raw performance but also balance, and so the right rear area is a pretty critical component.
That train now starting to regather back up. Bobrovsky is still 0.8 of a second behind Harper, so he still has a chance to fight back. 52 machine, as long as he doesn't have bobbles like that one we just seen. And the battle for the Lucky Dog is just on behind those cars as well, trying to take shape. Isaac Snyder is also trying to drive his way on by on the fresher tires. Seeing him zip on by this time, George Gruber and his machine.
It's a very low entry into one every single lap here for Bobrovsky, and surprised he hasn't knocked the fence down more. But Gruber right now, I mean, he wants to work his way up. He's currently in the 11th spot. A top 10 would be helpful for him. He wants to, of course, finish as high up as anybody else does.
It's unfortunate for Gruber, really, because he's been very, very quick. I'm just looking at the timing sheet, and he's one of the few drivers still in the 30.9s. It just was on the wrong side of strategy. He's 2 laps down.
Not been his lucky day after being your biggest mover at one point. He's dropped to only a +9, starting at the back of the grid after a poor qualifying performance. Currently several laps down. Hansen keep riding right on behind. It's all shuffling about once more. Keep in mind that we mentioned some of these battles going on. Wolf is also within a bit of distance of Gruber to fight for position to get back into the top 10. So there's the bright side for him. There's Wolf right there, riding behind the 69. Chad, your thoughts here on how things are going here this run?
It's a lot cleaner than what we've seen the last couple. We've had a couple of guys knock down the fence a time or two, but for the most part, not too much notable in terms of contact. It's just a matter of patience for these guys. If you're Ross Banfield, you're just waiting for that caution, praying that it comes before the cars behind you, like Manarowitz, get to you, because he's got a considerable gap back to that next car that would be for battling for the lead lap. And just as I say that, Banfield into the wall, he's going to lose a bunch of time here, but fortunately able to keep it up there, not sliding across the track like we've seen a couple of guys do. But yeah, just the battle for the lucky dog is going to be the one to watch for, because that could play into things, as that's currently the 6th position.
That's separated by 2 seconds. You've seen Gruber drive on by with all the slippery moments down the front straightaway. Again, another slippery bobble for Wolf, and Hanson Pete nearly got into the back end of him. So these cars, again, are starting to lose back end grip. It seems right around this mark for just about the majority of the field, Christian, is where that right rear really starts to almost fall off on some of these cars.
Yeah, especially if you're too aggressive coming off of 4, then you'll really kind of accelerate that problem as well. So you got to be really smooth on the throttle and make sure you don't kind of yaw the car out too much. I mean, Herod can't really afford to mess around too much here. You know, he's 17 seconds now behind the leader. It's not going to be too long before he's potentially going a lap down again, and fought pretty hard to stay on, well, to get the lucky dog to get back on the lead lap. So there's kind of that factor as well. And David Baker looks solid for 2nd right now. I mean, he's basically in his own sort of class 1.5, so to speak. He's actually not far off Pataska. He's just dropping back sort of slowly now at this point. He's about a 10th or so behind, but Sam Harper and Trevor Vavrovsky have kind of pulled themselves away from that 2nd position fight. Obviously, Harper did get back past Vavrovsky when he had his own issue, but they don't look like they're quite as good as Baker is right now for that 2nd spot.
Yeah, I agree with you. Baker has looked dialed in. He has not had any issues this entire run. He's kept the car clean. Notice he's trying to stay away from the wall in 3 and 4. Giving the track a lot of space. This time, how about a quarter of a car length space down the front straightaway too? So he's being very careful here. 3/10 off the pace, yes, of Pataska, but he is the 2nd quickest car on the track overall at the moment in terms of raw average pace over the past 5, over the past 10, over the past 20 laps in this race. Very impressive indeed amongst this pack, as Harper has broken away by more than 2nd for Broski for the battle for 3rd position. Under 140 laps to go in this race, and what has been an intriguing one, and keep in mind for the major series, we're approaching that home stretch here, guys, where championship discussions are in line, a chance to win a trophy is in line. So this is where you need to really pick up the momentum for that fall stretch, as you see Pataska continue to pull away.
Yeah, absolutely.
The big thing for Pataska is the points finish that he's going to get in the game that he's going to get, because everybody that's around him really on track at least is not in the fight that he is in for that championship lead, compared to Tim Claessens, who is currently out of the race.
And to loop this around towards you, Christian, to keep this in mind, there's essentially about one more oval round on the season for the European Pro Split after today. Check that 2 when you include the Indy Japan 300 at Twin Ring Motegi in the IndyCar Dallara 2009 chassis. So for the most part, it's a mixture of road course with Monza for the Italian GP, wild card round where you go short track racing Southern National, then another wild card where you go Formula Ford, Festival Racing at Brands Hatch, then Twin Ring Motegi. 4 different, massively different tracks for the most part, where you can't really take too much from each of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's massively varied. I mean, there's not a lot of crossover at all. Obviously, you got the 500 here, and then you go to Monza in the Formula 1 car, and it's like, okay, well, absolutely 0 transfers between those, except maybe throttle control and corner exit. That's about it. And then obviously, you're back to Southern National in the late model, and that's a little bit like this in a way, but you've obviously got that kind of misstep in between with the Formula 1. And then, yeah, like you say, it's it's kind of flipping back and forth between so many different things. You know, nothing from a late model transfers into the Skip Barber. It just totally doesn't. And then nothing really from the Skip Barber transfers back into the 2009 IndyCar. So it's not like you can really build up momentum with a string of similar races, you know. You kind of have had that sometimes in the past with this series, where you've, say, had kind of a couple of consecutive sort of GT or touring car style events sort of stacked with each other that have allowed you to build up, and you don't have that in the kind of the end part of the season here. And obviously that's, I mean, there's a lot of wild cards in there really, and I'm not meaning that just in terms of the event format, I'm meaning that in terms of what they are. Obviously, you think the first corner at Monza in the Formula One car is, well, it's a bit of a dice roll if we're honest about it. You can't be 100% sure that everybody's going to get out of it. The Formula Ford Festival with the Skip Barber at Brands Hatch Indy, that's going to be challenging. That's definitely going to be draft locked, even on a track that's relatively short like that. That's got the potential to kind of throw other people into the mix and whatnot. And then the IndyCar 09 spec at Twin Ring Motegi is something that probably nobody in this series is really ever driven in competition. So it's all over the place. It'll be difficult.
Massively challenging indeed for these drivers throughout this closing stretch to try and battle for the championship. It's the importance for someone such as Pataska to gain the points like he has positioned himself for here in this race. Already about 130 laps to go in this event, as you're looking at the 69 machine of Monerwich trying to hold on to his track positioning on circuit. If it's not for position, Hinton Pete is currently the last car on the lead lap, just riding on behind with them, but they have been fairly even on pace, keep in mind, at this point of the run, which can make it difficult to try and break away.
Something we've not talked too much about. We've obviously talked about battles for the lucky dog spot and drivers trying to stay on the lead lap, but we've not really talked a lot about the cars that are sort of fighting to not go 2 laps down. Obviously, 1 lap down, you can get a wave around if you get a little bit lucky, or you can get the lucky dog. If you're 2 down, you're really out of the fight. Is my opinion on it anyway. So it's going to be difficult really for Henderson and Melnitz to stay ahead of Pataska, and obviously Harrod is going to be on the verge of going a lap down.
And once again, I still am intrigued by this call. Another 42 lap stint for Kurt Crum. This has to be comfort at this point, Christian.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I mean, we know the car's difficult to drive the last 20 laps of the run and whatnot, but he's losing laps doing this, and you know, there's a high probability that a caution will come out and lose him another lap because of this strategy. So I don't know. I mean, he's 2 down. He's going 3 down. I suppose he's not losing anything, but he's taking himself out of the ability to gain anything, which is a little bit odd.
By the way, back up at the front, Vavrovsky plowed the wall coming off the corner a couple of laps ago. So now he's under threat from a lap car, as well as Pete Herod just trying to hold on to that last spot on the lead lap.
Interestingly enough, Kurt Crum actually got manual damage repair done for an additional 5 seconds as well. So, and the strategy gods, very intriguing on how they are trying to play things out in these respective groups. Vavrovsky indeed trying to hold on to the spot, with Monerwich nearly spinning the car out down the middle of the straightaway. Pete Herod able to dive on by just barely, but man, oh man, that 69 got squirrely and then some, just driving down the straightaway. And correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, we were talking about this earlier a little bit, where the 69 seemed to be struggling once he got back on the throttle. This happened right there. This is the middle of the straightaway.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of an odd one. I can only think that he was sort of fighting it somewhat at the exit. It just doesn't look as severe from the outside of the car. But it's possible. I mean, if he's got straight line wheel spin, so to speak, then he's going to be chasing it all the way. I mean, you kind of see a little bit there, but not to the same severity or whatnot. But obviously, the 69 machine is looking quite tricky.
Again, he has lost touch and then some to Ross Banfield 3 seconds back. Gordo Cologne now tries to drive him by. He almost lost it again down the middle of the straightaway.
Yeah, I think he's doing a really good job of actually keeping that thing straight. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he's got a very, very worn right rear at this point.
My thought process too here, Christian, is there was a race at Darlington, this was a couple years ago, with an organization was with, not to disclose too much, it was lightning quick for 50 laps. And then at lap 50, you couldn't drive it down the straightaway because it would randomly just hook to the right because the way it was set up with the various suspension parts. This is almost similar to that right now we're seeing from them, where it's almost like you get to this mark and it's like it's impossible to drive straight.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like he's got some interesting imbalance going on here, where obviously, as you say, it's looking pretty tough for him to just drive it in a straight line. And I mean, that's not exactly uncommon at this track, but obviously nobody else looks like they're struggling that much, so it's definitely a curiosity. But as you say, yeah, I fully know what you're talking about, and I know why that happened, and yeah, that may or may not have happened to me as well.
Let me put it this way, it scared drivers who were getting past when all of a sudden down the middle straightaway, you'd have the car just bobble and weave on. Sometimes a lot of fun things can happen in that regard. Speaking of fun, Vrosky trying to have fun for 4th. As Handsome Pete trying to battle for position, but Tasca is nearly saying hello to them as well.
Yeah, you see him creeping into the picture there, just behind now. These guys are about to lose a lap. There you see him on the inside of the 24 of Henderson. He's got some work to do here. These guys having a blast, though, knocking down the wall just about everywhere on the track at some point here today.
It's been intriguing how they've all fighting the way they have been. By the way, Ray Partridge, you see now fighting into this battle for position, is several laps down. He is another one with the intriguing call of taking a faster pair in the middle of a run. Ryan Mayer has come down to pit. He is 3 laps down now and has overran his pit box as well as Partridge, making things very difficult for Vrosky this time. Lost him a ton of time.
Yeah, I think Joshua Wolf's also come down to pit road as well, and this is approximately on schedule.
Yeah, these guys currently working lap 52 of their run. This is one of the longer green flag runs we've seen so far. It's absolutely about time for these guys to start making their pit stops. And under green flag conditions, it's all about how aggressive can you be while keeping the car under control on that pit entry road, because we talked about earlier how difficult it is. As there you see the 12 now working his way off pit road, leaving his box.
That window open, and Pataska and much of the rest of the field is continuing to extend their window, as to be expected once more. With the lights now on here at Darlington Raceway, you can see how dark it is now around this circuit. Question is nighttime the right time for Handsome Pete to get into 4th position? We'll have to see.
It might be, but he's got to be aware of the fact that he's on the very edge of going a lap down here as well.
And Brian Mayer had a problem potentially, I think maybe for his first initial pit stop, because he's had to come down a second time for service. Again, that's bad news for Ryan Mayer, who overran his pit stall. The reason being, when he entered the pit lane, he actually got an unsafe pit entry call because, and this is going to be a weird one, remember we talked about Denny Hamlin missing the pit lane before? He did the same thing, but the problem with that is he then backed up on the apron, went back around the barrels, and then came in. You can't do that, Christian.
Yeah, you can't do that. It's much better to try and just roll around the track. I mean, I understand obviously if he's tight on fuel and whatnot, but there's the commitment cone and whatnot, and you can't stray out of that once you've gone under it.
You can definitely tell some of the experience is being tested for some of these drivers today. To say the very least, as Pataska has now reeled in the 69, chance to put on Erwich 2 laps down in this race. The Hooters Gods have helped him get in the top 10, but the Hooters Gods not helping him with the race lead, unfortunately, here today like he was hoping pre-race.
Oh, big wreck on the back stretch. Actually the front stretch coming off of 4. Isaac Snyder just got turned around. He's down on the apron right now.
No caution yet as he's still trying to get the car going. He got loose right across the front nose of Joshua Wolf and crushed in Wolf's nose on this.
Yeah, that's big contact as well.
Yeah, significant contact for Wolf. Gonna have to watch those engine temperatures, see if there isn't any radiator damage to that 12 machine. And there's a look at how hard it is. You see that right front crinkled up.
Our tough break in this race as the hits keep coming. I'm not talking about musical hits today.
Bobrovsky's about to go lap down.
I was about to say Borowski just about knocked the wall down and actually gave up a spot to Handsome Pete. As Pataska, being very patient here, actually lifted halfway down the straightaway after seeing another bobble from Borowski.
We talked earlier about the give and take. At this point, they're not giving anything up for Borowski, trying not to at least, but he's going to open the door for Pataska down the inside, and Pataska puts another car a lap down.
We're back down to 4 cars in the lead lap for a second or so for now. St. Pete is 1 second up the road. Sam Harper about 10 seconds. 15 seconds is David H. Baker. Pit window expected to open up for the drivers stretching as long as they can in about 10 laps. Or up to 10 laps, should say. As tempers flared over the radio from Travis Henderson just now, who has not had a fun time. The reason Henderson's upset is Ryan Mayer and his repaired car, in his car from the pit lane, I should say, got turned into the fence. Here's the look from Pataska now as he looks to try and lap the Team Mad Machine. He's waiting for the back straightaway for a majority of his moves. Right there is where he's been able to get the most amount of grip and move 3 cars down to the lead lap as one more pits in front of them in Ross Banfield.
Yeah, that run that Pataska gets off the corner is absolutely phenomenal every single time. He sets up that move lap after lap and gets it done. Now he's just going to try to run away and hide from everybody else out there, just praying to not see another caution and hoping he doesn't make a mistake on his pit stop.
He's at the point where he can make a mistake in the pit stop and probably still be in the lead lap, but that's crazy, to say the very least. Henderson has also come down to the pit lane. Christian.
Yeah, and right now, everybody outside the top 5 is 2 laps down. I mean, there's some pit cycling going on in there, but a lot of that is a legitimate 2 laps down. So that's, that's quite impressive. Obviously, only 3 on the lead lap right now as well.
Something just happened, guys, to David H. Baker. The second place car has lost a ton of time in a spot. We're not under caution, but Kirk Crum and David H. Baker are lucky they didn't get one. Huge contact into turn 1 does not bring the caution out, shockingly enough.
I'm not sure how that does not bring out a caution. Wow. And then around backwards into the wall, up against the wall. Thankfully, nobody coming at speed behind them, but wow, I saw the puff of smoke and wasn't sure where it came from. And there's your answer.
Yeah, and I mean with that right there, so the deal is obviously Baker was on very, very old tires and whatnot, 60 lap plus old tires, and obviously was kind of struggling to put the power down and whatnot, but Kurt Crum's 4 laps down, and that's just ruined the race of the second place car. And
we've got another car around on the front stretch.
And this was something that was brewing for a while, possibly. George Gruber was the car bringing up smoke. And keep in mind, over the radio, Ray Partridge was saying, let me go. He was not happy for a good 6 laps trying to pass by Gruber. Again, this is not for position. And then Gruber just comes across his nose.
And that's what he was talking about. He said, you changed lanes on me a couple times down the straightaway. We're not battling for position. And I'm surprised enough as Dallas Pataska, your leader, now works his way down pit road.
And that's kind of the surprise to me here, really, is that we've got these really people running really, really close to each other, and they're not even on the same lap. And honestly, there's just not really any need to do that.
So Pataska comes in. Sam Harper elects not to come down. So Harper extending his run a little bit further this time by. The other drivers who are yet to pit are Pete Herod, Bobrovsky, Monerwich. Monerwich has just changed that, being the only driver 1 lap down before this cycle. Off and away goes Pataska, another 15-second pit stop for your race leader. Harper coming in at the outer end of the speedway. Likely cycle things around towards Pataska's direction as Gruber making his way down around the apron as well, you see in the 123.
Very smooth on exit for Dallas Pataska from the pit lane. He's done everything he can to build his lead, as now Pete Herod inherits it for the time being. So Herod now running lap 70. These guys just running as far as they possibly can. There you see Bobrovsky working his way down the long front straightaway.
Herod coming in as well.
Yes, indeed. Was about to say that. And this will give the lead back to Dallas Pataska, coming to 102 laps to go. Now my question is, where's this all going to cycle in terms of who's going to be on the lead lap?
I think the only person that's going to be on the lead lap at this point is actually going to be Sam Harper. I think David Baker lost out enough in that spin that happened.
You say that, but Sam Harper had a bit of a lengthier stop and nearly came up into Pataska.
Wow, that was close.
My goodness, you talk about rejoins. That could have been much more dangerous than I think Harper realized.
Yeah, I mean it's a legal rejoin. That's for sure. I mean he was under the cone for the prescribed length of time, but it was close.
He's still a lap down as an air car bobbled right behind him in Bob Beltrami, but we're coming up to 100 laps to go for the Southern 500 for the Major Series European Region Pro Split. You're watching the Global Sim Racing Channel live from iRacing's virtual Darlington Raceway. Final stretch coming up. Welcome back to the Global Sim Racing Channel's coverage of the Major Series European Pro Region and its Southern 500. Live from iRacing's virtual Darlington Raceway, my name's Justin Prince. Alongside me is Chad Irvine and Christian Chowder with Sean Ambrose, producer C. Dallas Pataska is looking to flirt with history. Just 2 times in Major Series history has a driver lapped the field at the checkered flag, and they share a similar stat line. Blake Reynolds, who drives the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, did so at Watkins Glen. Christian Chowder, who is in this booth and has raced in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, did so at the Milwaukee Mile. And Pataska is at the pace right now, Christian, where if he keeps on running the laps he's at, he might become the only one to do it 2 times.
Yeah, I think if it goes green, it's possible. Do we think maybe even 3 if it stays green?
Why not 4?
Honestly, when the race started, we've seen how quickly Pataska pulled away. My first thought was 14, like Ned Jarrett, in that record for the largest margin of victory in NASCAR history.
Can you imagine actually being in that race, though, where somebody wins by 14 laps? I mean, how do you even, like, fathom that that's happening? Like, that's just so crazy to me. And I mean, there's always all these conversations all the time about how racing was better in X time period and whatnot, but I have never seen anybody win a race by 14 laps. I can't even imagine, like, what that must have been like.
That was a huge moment there for Pataska, going 3 wide on corner exit, splitting the middle and getting the move done to keep his momentum in the right direction.
Just incredible. Fearless, to say the very least. We're approaching 16 laps away from the magic number to make enough fuel. As you can see, Wolf currently riding on, and how do I put this politely? There was just a congratulations over the radio for Pataska on the win, I believe. We're 85 laps to go this time.
Wow, I was wondering if I heard that correctly. That's just incredible that guys are already giving it to him.
I mean, you gotta admit, it's pretty nailed on, unless something happens.
I mean, a caution plus a chrome horn, things could change in a hurry here.
Well, they gotta get to him to do that, though. That's the thing. I mean, I think he's led every lap except for the ones where there was a pit cycle happening. I don't think there's been a single restart where he hasn't been the leader.
I'm just, again, perplexed. Again, for those who do not know, Dallas Pataska, a lot of experience with VRS Satellite Racing, also builds for the Majors Garage as part of that group. It's a part of Project Alien and that pilot project currently in work. Known for his oval experience, worked with Christian Challenger when it came to his eNASCAR efforts, and was one of the drivers a few years ago who was in the conversation here and there with the eNASCAR Road to Pro Qualifying iRacing Series and some of the earlier iterations. So it shouldn't be a major surprise that Pataska's been able to do this. He looked like he was capable to do it in the World 600 last year. The thing is, he got involved in the major incidents, and in turn it ended up being a brand new organization that took the checkered flag. And I think it was Force Esports, if I remember correctly, that took the checkered flag instead after Pataska got into multiple incidents in that race after having the fastest car then.
And you know, that can happen, and that's kind of both why I enjoy oval racing and why sometimes it really angers me. Because you get more of a strategy aspect with it than you do, say, most road course races and whatnot with cautions and so on. So you can play an angle, you can adjust the car, and you can kind of move yourself into contention, even if at the beginning of the race you weren't. And in most road course races, you can't do that. Pretty much the die's cast after the first 5 to 10 laps. But at the same time, it means that it's not nailed on even if you have the best car and you have such a significant advantage as Pataska does here, because something can happen. You can have cautions that can come in the middle of pit cycles. You can get cycled back on restarts. You know, all those kind of things. So it kind of goes both ways in a sense, and I think that's why you do see things happen where, say, we've had numerous oval races in the Majors League where Pataska has been the strongest driver car combo, and it hasn't come off, and I think that's why, is that with oval racing it's never a certain.
Yeah, so many cases where that's come into play, absolutely. And you never know what type of race you can get. You can get races where you go green the entire day for oval, and we're talking about full length even in some cases. I've seen races with 1 or 2 caution flags on the surface. You can have races like today where you get some green flag pit stops mixed in with some shorter runs due to caution flags. Then you have the Rockingham race from last year, but we won't talk about that one, which was on time limit for the European region for last year's race with those cars. But second position is up for grabs. 4 lap difference on tire cycles. Sam Harper looking for a spot. It looks like Harper's car has come back to life a little bit here, Chad.
Yeah, his last lap was a 30.848, and that's just in line with what we were seeing from Dallas Pataska at a 30.89. So definitely showing some pace there, some pace that we haven't seen from him yet. But as the sun sets, the track temperature has not stopped, or it has not started yet to fall, as that track temperature is still sitting at 31 degrees. So that's definitely retaining some of the temperature from these cars, laying down some blistering laps out there, as Dallas Pataska still pulling away. He's got just about a straightaway between himself and the last car 1 lap down. That's Favrovsky that he's going to have to work around in just a little bit. The Favrovsky's time's 31.2, so he's making about half a second Pataska is per lap.
No, Kirk Crum has been in and out of the pit lane several times, has just ducked back out of his race car. That will add to the list of potential DNFs on the day. 5 total who are double-digit laps down plus, who are outside 30 laps down or more. Pit stop window is opened up, and I don't know about this one for Joshua Wolf here, Christian, who just went to the lane. We're outside the fuel window by a couple laps.
Yeah, it's too soon. I don't think he can make that.
He is in the lane, the number 12. He is currently several laps down, was fighting inside the top 10 still, and has now elected to duck it on down. That's scratcher indeed, and it becomes now the thought process of when you come in for the rest of these cars, if say you're in this fight that's on screen, knowing there's so many different options and as well so many different adjustments you can make in turn if you say push it forward in short fuel.
I think the guys who are kind of still inside the top 10 and only 1 to 2 laps down, they're probably going to pit around somewhere between 310 and 320 is my guess.
Yeah, Joshua Wolf, he's going to have to make 74 laps if he wants to go to the end from here. He's going to need some cautions and going to need some help. I think, like Christian said, we're going to have to wait another 20 or so laps to see the rest of the field work their way down for the final time.
See Sam Harper now fighting along, now in second position. Meanwhile, with the move he just made, after being able to build up a run, and that's the give and take that we were talking about that you normally see. David H. Baker knew the pace was there. Quick car, he's already used the fast repair, electing to ride on in third position with Harper's car coming back to life after being strong at the start of the race, dying off in the middle of the race, coming back strong for the later end of the race. There's a bit of a checkup in front of them with a scrape to the wall coming from Mayer, and Mayer nearly knocks the wall down next to Harper.
Yeah, Mayer's not having a great, well, last 2/3 of the race really. Obviously at the beginning he looked strong, and now he's 5 laps down. and kind of in a fight with Josh Wolf for that 10th spot.
Very, very tricky. Here's the thought process. Maybe that may come into play. Maybe Christian, if I'm thinking of this right too. Wolf is several laps down. Maybe his thought process is he's not going to get the laps back. May as well take the early stop and see what he can do on defense.
I mean, it's possible, yeah, but I think he's just penned himself into being forced into doing an additional stop here. Maybe he hasn't. Maybe he is going to be able to stretch it out, but it's just there's a very, very long distance there for him. And I don't think he was even... I could be wrong. Obviously, I don't know what was in his car fuel-wise, but I don't think he was at the end of a tank. So he could have kept going. Even if he'd have gone, say, five laps further, it would have made what he's doing more viable than where he's ended up.
Ryan Mayer is one of the cars he is going to be fighting for position, by the way, who is side by side now with Baker, and not making it easy for the third place car at all still. Bit frustration near poking up there as Mayer now bounces himself off the walls a couple times and drips himself down the front straight away.
People are really struggling with the front stretch here. I haven't really seen that too much on the back stretch, but it's happening a lot on the front stretch where people are kind of snaking their way down from the exit of 4 into turn 1.
Isaac Snyder's indicated he's coming in this time by Snyder 14th position, despite being 11 laps down, has just cycled his way into the lane.
And by the way, I think the wind might be starting to help some of those guys get around on exit of 4. That wind is kind of a crossing from over the driver's right shoulder, kind of towards the front left of their car as they exit turn number 4, kind of push them towards the inside wall. And also going to be pushing them straight to the inside once they turn into turn 1 as well. So kind of a right to left down the front straightaway, not going to be helping the drivers too much there on corner exit.
Baker's now almost 2 seconds behind the battle for position, still trying to stay in a rhythm, but be lapped down the cars. Amongst these cars scrapping now is Pataska, who is trying to deal with Kurt Crum, who is again back on the racetrack, 34 laps down now in this race. Several excursions to the pit lane. That was a 5-minute repair Kurt Crum had on his car. Pataska is 1.5 tracks ahead of Harper and Baker.
And the thing for Kurt Crum, those repairs seem to help. Last lap was a 30.8 compared to a 31.4 for your leaders.
Well, he does have fresher tires too, in theory, I have to think.
He's significantly out of the race though. Realistically, he's gotten he's 19 laps behind his next nearest competitor. So he's realistically just making laps at this point.
Hoping for attrition at this point too. Colin Martzoff is ducking down this time, barely made it to the pit lane as we still follow along with Pataska in his 44.7 second lead. He is closing in on lapping Bobrovsky a second time. He's in the Jeff Gordon pit. You see him zipping on by.
This will be to put the... I mean, right now, all but the top 5 are 2 laps down. So this will be getting into the top 5 being 2 down. And we've still got 1 more pit stop to go. Essentially a full run from this point.
Again, right now, for about 63 laps to go. 63 to go this time. This time by, Ryan Mayer has ducked down to the pit lane for his scheduled stop. So the window is now officially open for much of the field as we take a look at Banfield and Henderson. Now battle for their position. I'd like to keep in mind, Christian, this is a critical point brought up by one of our viewers too, is to think about is the reason drivers like Crum keep on going You have to make 3 corners distance with the points.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean that's totally a thing, and it's one I fell short of, I think, at Indianapolis this year. So they have to get out to, I believe it's lap 276 is the minimum.
Mm-hmm. Give or take. I believe so. So you want to score as many laps as possible, to say the very least, to make sure that we see Banfield try and drift his way around. Very quiet day for Banfield for the most part. Staying out of trouble for the most part in his Udon's machine. But now it's going to have a little bit of problems behind with Wolf closing in. Henderson nearly got into the wall again.
Yeah, Wolf is on his own lap here. He's 4 down. Gruber is his next car in line, who's 3 down.
Yeah, and Banfield's now almost riding the fence, nearly knocking down the Coca-Cola logo.
Yeah, and I mean he's not got a huge amount to fight for here, because obviously he's fighting for 6th right now with Henderson, but the next car back, Malneritz, is the last car 2 laps down, and it's Gruber who's 3. So he's almost guaranteed a top 10 if he makes it to the end of the race at this point.
That's the goal. Survive at the rate we are going. David H. Baker has ducked down to the pit lane for his final pit stop this time. So the 33 has moved himself to the lane and will drop at least 1 lap down, all while his teammate still fights. Seems like Henderson, despite the damage, has the bit of the quicker car, just can't find a way to poke around yet.
Yeah, he's been sitting here for a while now, and I'm surprised he hasn't. Well, he's drifting into the wall now just a little bit. But I'm surprised we haven't seen a more aggressive attempt yet.
Looks like he's a little bit closer this time, just can't build up the run, and he might have an opportunity to potentially follow somebody in a second here. Remember Kirk Crum? Well, he's coming in quick, right behind the back bumper of the 24. We'll have to see if he does what I think might be the option, or you can hit the wall. You can both hit the wall and lose time, so take that out of the equation for a moment. Kirk Crum, I think, said, nope, I'm backing out of this one while you guys fight for a second.
Yeah, I mean, he can only kind of disrupt the battle. He can't gain anything himself here, so probably the best strategy.
About a peek, the bombshell machine to the inside this time, and he ducks his way underneath Henderson, who smacks the wall. Harper is now just ducked into the pit lane this time by for his final pit stop to make it on gas. Meanwhile, Crum is now side by side with Henderson. What are they doing? What is Kirk Crum doing?
I mean, I can understand this from Henderson's point of view, obviously. Crum's sending him around.
Henderson to the inside wall, up the track, locks it down, and somehow no caution. I don't understand this one.
I am blown away that did not bring out a caution. Wow. By the way, that pit stop for Herod now makes Dallas Potasta leader by 2 laps over everybody else. Still waiting for the top 3 still to make their pit stops.
Henderson, for obvious reasons, has ducked down. I'm trying to think if they have made contact over the race or not. I'm just flabbergasted again, where you pass by the car, then you let him by a second time, then you have that happen in turn.
Yeah,
I mean, go ahead.
It was Henderson getting into the wall that kind of then caused the stack up, but at the same time, there's just realistically no need when you're that many laps down to be racing people that hard.
So again, the Team Mad car 2 laps down, yet to pit. Bobrovsky yet to pit. Banfield yet to pit for their respective stints Pataska's also stretching it forward. He's made it 52 laps. Everybody else has made their final pit stop to make it on gas.
And this is dangerous, you know, for these guys who were short pitting Pataska, because now they're 2 down when they were only 1 down. I mean, and the yellow is out.
And now it gets interesting. George Gruber is around. He, Bob Beltrami, and several more get stacked up. George Gruber finally gets rolling as we're under yellow again after a massively long run. The tempers flare after this one.
And that was just kind of a 14 of Beltrami washing up, but taking Gruber with him. And Gruber was 4 laps down. Beltrami 8 laps down.
That was, I believe, Harper who might have ducked his way on through that, possibly.
There were some complaints over the radio, by the way, that some of the drivers not holding their brakes in this crash. Here you see him coming up on it. Oh, wow. Some minimal contact, but threading the needle was Harper.
And I believe Harper's already taken his fast repair, because he was involved in an incident earlier on, and his car was kind of back to fresh status after that.
So now this gets really intriguing. Dallas Pataska comes in as the only driver on the lead lap, so he is very lonely on pit road, outside of Henderson, who's getting the damage repairs done still. Isaac Snyder just now has, I believe he may have reached a point where he's now off the track. Remember, there's a 45 incident point limit, and Isaac Snyder's had several repairs done.
I think this is cycling Pete Herod to the only car 1 lap down.
I believe so, but he still has to come in for a pit stop. Borowski is 1 lap down, but he still has to come in for a pit stop.
But I think Herod's going to be the lucky dog.
Yes, so there's that bright side here with that stack up.
That's disastrous, though, for Harper.
Very disastrous, the call. He was in second before his pit stop decision. You'll have to take the wave, yes. So, Pete Herod, the lucky dog. Sam Harper, David H. Baker will have to take the wave. This may have just fell right into Team Madcar's hands for a second place run here.
I think it has.
It's something to remember, guys. We are coming down to the nitty-gritty of this race. About 45 laps to go. Cautions breed cautions, and this is going to stack everybody up. We've seen some tempers flaring as of late. So what's going to happen? This is the last stint of the race. Only time will tell. It's been incredible to watch.
So the drivers looking for the wave here, it looks like, are Colin Martzoff in 14th. He's 12 laps down. Partridge, 8 laps down, 13th. That gets him the same cycle as Bob Beltrami, potentially. Wolf, who is on 27 lap-old tires this time by. Then you have Sam Harper, who is going to be 1 lap down. Wave. Baker 1 lap down, and that's it. And for Isaac Snyder, he's now come in and said it's so difficult with a bunch of yous. It's obviously been a very difficult race for some tonight, but now we're under full darkness with under 50 to go. Dallas Pataska looking to put his name in historic company with Blake Reynolds and Christian Chowner being the only drivers to lap the field in a majors event such as this. Your thoughts, Chad?
It might be that my timing and scoring is off, but I'm now showing 4 cars back onto the lead lap. It's going to be interesting to watch how that cycles out.
Believe you, that might be a bit off on that mark. I have 3 1 lap down. 2 2 laps down.
3 1 lap down.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yeah, so
Two,
three
three
cars
laps.
now, 1 lap's down, and just, I mean, out of nowhere, but the pace car's off already, getting set to go and hesitating just for a moment as the green flag flies. Mataska back to the front, and it looks like a very small field that caught back up to the pace car.
Half the field was still in entering turn 3 when the green flag came. Well, Cordo Cologne moved to the bottom of the racetrack before he even gone up to the rest of the cars. Half the field is still separated out all over the racetrack. So this has really spread apart the field as a result here, as we're back underway for a confusing sequence.
Yeah, Harper and Baker are right next to each other, but I'm really not sure where Harrod falls into this mix.
He is 6 seconds up the road from all this as Ray Partridge lets by Harper and Baker. Checks up Wolf as a result. Partridge hits the wall. Wolf moves on by. And now things settle down for the battle for third. Near trouble in front of them, just a couple car lengths ahead. Martzoff, Mayer, and Beltrami nearly slammed each other as Harper and Baker still fight and about to reel in that group.
And this is going to be challenging for that pair because they are fighting essentially for third place right here, and the grouping ahead of them is kind of fighting for nothing, but obviously they've still got to clear through them.
Already show the nose is Harper on Mayer, not able to close up the gap. Baker now uses the higher line, and he get the run coming off the corner as he diamonds it off. 44 to go for these drivers. Now they've reached the 915. Mayer without his hood lets by one. They drive nearly side by side with another as that loses Baker a ton of time. Baker backs out of it. Worst possible spot for Baker to reach him there, Chad.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again in these races where you have such a great run, you have the opportunity, but then you lose a ton of time just catching the car in the wrong spot because there's, as we talked about, there's only really one groove at parts of this track, and the way the marbles are stacked up, you really need to hit the marks and hit them just right if you don't want to go up flying into the wall like we've seen several cars do so far.
See if Baker's able to close up the gap. He is still stuck, though. He has not been able to make any sort of move on Mayer.
And the interesting thing about that is there's still so much straight line speed. There's going to be the move from the 33, but there's absolutely no hood on that 915, and there's a bunch of damage to the right side of that car as well.
It knocked the wall down as Baker drove on by. Meanwhile, Bobrovsky and Banfield are also fighting for position. This is for a top 5. 2 laps down, should be worth noting. Same tire cycle for these two cars.
And this is really a 1 versus 1 battle for this fifth position because Mellor, it's in 7th. He's 3 laps down, so this is all they have to play for the rest of the races for this 5th spot. As Baker's going to the inside of Harper on the backstretch.
Mentioned that for 3rd position at the end of the racetrack just now. Baker all over the place in 3 and 4.
And while we were riding on board with Banfield, we saw that wheels turning just ever so slightly to the right in the corner, and that's something you never want to see, the tires absolutely falling off at this point.
Getting very, very treacherous for some of these cars. You've seen more contact just up the road. That was Beltrami and Martzoff who nearly collided right across the front nose just about of Sam Harper. Under 40 laps to go here for the Southern 500. On the wall with David H. Baker, who is getting a big break now with the help of Martzoff in the 13th place car to close back up. Martzoff again to the wall, nearly hits Harper. Here comes Baker to close back up the gap.
And look at that run mid-corner, and now going to see if he can't get the run and keep his momentum going off the corner, pushing very hard that 33 car. Can he get around him? Not yet.
Baker has the better run down the straight, but not able to get the positioning quite yet. Tries the lower line, now has to seesaw the wheel. And Harper doesn't get a good run off of turn 2, didn't hit the apex right. Baker tries to stay high. Harper with technical problems to the inside line. Harper, he squeezes Baker up the racetrack. Baker, with the chance to get the pole, takes the spot back.
Finally gets clear on corner exit. What a fantastic power move around the outside, and just going to set sail and hope to keep his momentum going in the right direction.
And I think it will, because I'm just looking at kind of offsets in tires right now. Both Baker and Harper have old tires. They were wave around cars, but Harper's were actually 3 laps younger than Baker's. So the Baker's been able to drive by him. That's promising. That's going to give it. It's a tall order really for Harper to be able to come back at him if that's the case. If Baker's faster on older tires.
Yeah, that definitely shows the strength of that car that's been flashing throughout the race. Downside is, Pete Herod, with all that fighting that happened for a third there, and all that traffic, is just about gone. In fact, it is gone, to the point of 12 seconds.
Yeah, and he's got a tire advantage as well. He's got fresh tires, the same as Pataska, so he's running 30.2 right now, which is about 0.3 quicker than Baker in third.
And he might be the one driver that holds Pataska back from history. I will say this now, as here's another surpriser. How about Wolf pitting again? 41 laps.
I got no answers for you, JP, because I just don't understand it.
That strategy's from 2013 almost.
It's lost them so many laps. The team that's making these strategies to pit after 40 is just not working for them. I'm really surprised that they didn't take the decision to move to the 60s after the first time it happened, and they've just stuck with it, and it's hurt them on every single run, because if the caution doesn't come out, they lose the time, and if the runs play out, they're still losing time to the guys who are doing one stop over 120 laps. So it's just not worked, and I don't know why they've not changed up what they're doing.
I think by now it might just be a major comfort thing. He's only going to lose 1 spot by making that change. He still has 2 laps out the back to Ryan Mayer. So he's got some room behind to kind of just breathe a little easier, knows he's not going to lose anything by making that stop. I know it doesn't look the best, but might just be a comfort thing for him as he just kind of logs some laps trying to get to the end here.
So again, we're at the final stretch. Falling on board with Dallas Pataska, you can see how cleanly he's been hitting his laps. He has never even kissed the wall. He's come close to it, but he has been picture perfect. 9/10 picked up last time by on Handsome Pete. He's running 30.2s, I should say, with 30 laps to go. The first of the 1 lap down cars are just up the track. That's Sam Harper, who leads the choo-choo train in front. Trevor Bobrovsky been reeled back in by Ross Banfield meanwhile.
And battle for 5th.
Drifting up is Bobrovsky, just about missed the wall. Banfield going a little bit deeper on the brakes. This time letting it sail more in the apex as well. Gets to the inside. Banfield gives the squeeze. But Bobrovsky gives space, or will he try and contest this through turn 1? He gives the space. Banfield takes the top 5 back.
I don't think he had much of a choice. Just the way that he attacked the mid corner, Bobrovsky did, there was just no, or the way that Banfield did, there was just no way for him to defend it.
Nicely done from Ross Banfield. Again, Banfield started in 4th position in this race today. Currently the first 2 laps down in this event. Keep in mind that Dallas Pataska is now within 5 car lengths or so from Sam Harper's machine to put him 2 laps down after Harper had to take the wave around.
And I think it's only a matter of time before we see that, and then shortly afterwards, I mean, David Baker has gone off up the road, but I think Tasker is going to be able to run him down and put him 2 down as well.
They're following along that battle for 5th position on screen, but I will say this. It is incredible some of these performances today, and incredible some of the drivers have had with their beating up race cars. They've done a really good job of holding on to these machines, even with all of the bumps and bruises they've taken today.
Speaking of the incredible drives, Dallas Pataska, we talked about his dominance. He just put Sam Harper another lap down, so now only 2 cars left, 1 lap down.
There's definitely some drivers out there, though, who've not had the best of days, but have just kept going no matter what. We've seen that 50 car of Cordell Colon have a fair share of incidents. I think it's okay to say, but you know, he's still out there. He's running. He's 16 laps down. He's gonna get it to the end.
Pataska running on his own once more, 44 seconds ahead of Handsome Pete. We mentioned that's the one barrier that Dallas Pataska has to history, Christian, because we mentioned there's been drivers who have been lapped once over a couple times in Major Series history, twice not so much. And at least, unless Handsome Pete has some major troubles, Pataska might not be able to put himself in that separation, but can put him in that elite company of yourself and Blake Reynolds.
Yeah, I mean, if it stays green, he's definitely gonna get the everybody 1 down. I think maybe everybody 2 down is probably gonna be too much, as you say.
Enfield, Broski, once again, we're going back towards that battle. See from the onboard from Broski with how much damage there is. There's damage to the deck lid, damage to the left front, damage to the right front, damage everywhere on the race car. But he hasn't knocked all the speed out of it. There's the bright side there, Chad. He's still rotating the car pretty well, although it's falling off like a brick this time.
Yeah, you saw that wiggle there on corner exit, just maybe a little too much throttle as he slides all the way up to the wall. I mean, that right rear probably just scorched at this point. Not too far into the run, working, I think, lap 30 or so for these guys out there. But yeah, just the way that these guys have pushed so hard to get to where they are. It's been an incredible drive through the field as we've got 6 cars now within 2 laps of your leader, Vavrowski, of course, the last of those. He's got some work to do, but he can definitely move up a position, if not 2, seeing how the rest of the race plays out.
There's only 1 driver 1 lap down now. Pete Herod. Coming up to 20 to go, this time by for Pataska and Company. These drivers now on their 21 to go lap around this circuit. What has been probably one of the more wild Southern 500s we've seen in a while for the Major Series.
We have had some long green flag runs, though. I mean, we have had green flag pit stops, which is pretty cool to see. It did often overlap with a caution, yes, but you know, it's definitely a significant improvement on, say, what we saw last year at Rockingham, where the race timed out.
Yeah, don't jinx it there with Rockingham. You know, that was... I remember hearing stories of that race after. I had a commitment that day of the event. For that one. It's an infamous race, let's put it that way.
I think that might just be an excuse of, hey, I don't want to be here because I know it's going to be a mess. But these guys, I mean, one of my favorite things about this series is not only the caliber of the talent that's in it, but the variety of cars. You mentioned, you know, we're going to Monza for the next race in the Formula One cars. We've had a rallycross earlier in the season, and then some old school Indy cars to wrap up the season in a couple weeks as well. So these guys
driving everything and driving them better than I could ever imagine.
Near trouble down the front straightaway just now, right behind Ross Banfield. You've seen him slam the wall at one end. Borowski nearly slammed himself into Martsov's door, bobbling around the corner. And the driver who's all in the middle of all this is Ryan Mayer, who is now really slowing down the pace, letting by the 84 this time. Colin Martsov is on fresher tires. Keep in mind, he pit 7-8 laps ago. So he is 14 laps down. Looking to just finish this race under his own power. 4 laps back to the next car, 2 laps ahead of the next competitor. He has been not afraid to say, I want to pass wherever I get a run.
And you saw it in the background there, those marbles really starting to build up on the high line. That's going to cause some issues for guys if they end up having to use that part of the racetrack. It's not too big of a deal in turns 3 and 4 just because of the way that their line is running, where the marbles are cleared off there. But here in 1 and 2, on corner exit, there is just a mountain of marbles that can cause a bunch of havoc on corner exit.
Let's talk about that, Christian, because at this point, you have to think the marble buildup is very high right at the top of the racetrack, as Banfield says hello to the marbles too.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to run up there in the exit at 2. Obviously, you tend not to want to be high up out of there anyway, but yeah, it definitely doesn't help, and kind of makes that situation worse, so to speak. If you are offline, it's even less grip.
I have to say, I appreciate Banfield there. I believe he's running the Mr. Meeseeks helmet. So, gotta say, some guys like to have fun here in iRacing, and he's one of the many that seem to do so.
It's the right color blue, I think. I believe you're right on the helmet.
He's got
15
gloves to match.
I mean, why not? Well, it is the UDocs blue, I think, the gloves. But Mr. Meeseeks' facial expressions when it screams is kind of how I think some of the drivers have felt at parts of this race, you'd have to say, in terms of the handling, especially when you're loose like this.
Yeah, it's definitely a frightening experience, I would say. Obviously, loose off of 4 is the one where you have the most dramatic wheel input when you're trying to counter it, but the one off of 2 where you get tight and go up to the wall is definitely the one that you're most afraid of, I think.
Indeed. George Gruber and Joshua Wolf are fighting for position now, and remember, Wolf is on fresher tires, so his extra pit stop doesn't lose him too much. Lost him a lap, but it hasn't lost him the chance for a position. This was around where he pit 8th. And the caution is out.
Bobrovsky, he's around. Going backwards through turn 2 right now.
And I believe that's going to end the bid for the lapping the entire field for Dallas Pataska.
Yes, it does. So take history out of the equation, because Ryan Mayer has had a fun excursion in stock cars, known for his dirt racing experience at the pro level. Not making friends here.
I think that was a miscomm there with Bobrovsky expecting to be given the position more easily than he was, and obviously got into Mayer, but at the same time, Mayer is not even close to the same lap as him. I mean, that's Bobrovsky's fault. He drove in expecting to have the top line clear, and it wasn't.
He drove like absolutely was not expecting Mayer to even still be there.
Yeah, exactly. He seemed to think that Mayer was just going to, as soon as he was alongside, just completely yield the corner.
10 laps to go. Dallas Pataska now in under caution. And Pete Herod is the only drivers outside of Baker and Harper who were one lap down or so, I believe, with the timing of the caution flag now or so. The Team Mad driver does get the lucky dog, as Dallas Pataska's pit crew has a discussion while the rest of the crew does the tire work. So we're back under yellow, and all Dallas Pataska needs to do is have a good restart, in theory.
Yes, because obviously even though Pete Herod is now on the lead lap, it's the end of the line, so he's at the tail end of the field.
Everyone else, at the very least, would have to take the wave to have a shot at the lead lap, and it looks like some drivers will consider it to at least get one down. Harper will not.
It's rough if you take it, though, because you've been out there for 40 laps.
Yeah, the only one that's one lap down is Baker that's going to take it.
It's not inconceivable, though, that if that goes green and Baker's out there on 40-lap old tires, that Harper could actually run him down. Such will be the difference.
In 9 laps?
I mean, he's going to be a lot off the pace. He's going to be near enough 2 seconds off. Well, yeah, I mean, he's only going to lose 20 seconds, so maybe he should have stayed out.
Exactly. So it's Banfield, Harper, Borowski, Monterich who come on in. Gruber and Wolf plan to take the wave, it appears. That was a battle for position before the caution flag. With the difference in tire cycles, Wolf may get to 8th as a result of that. And several of these drivers are electing to get repairs done, including Harper yet again, who has both the front ends of his fenders crunched on in. So not the finish I think people were expecting to say at the very least, but it's going to be a finish that could bring some excitement for a couple of these positions now, especially in the fights between, say, Harper, Banfield, and company, who are going to be fighting for position. For Brodsky, you can throw in 2 for the conversation for the top 5. And a reminder, you're watching the Southern 500 for the Major Series European Region Pro Split in what has been dominated, nowhere way to put it, by Dallas Pataska. Official charity for this event is Sarge's Place, a homeless veteran shelter based in the state of Washington. To learn more about Sarge's Place, go to sargesveteransupport.com. Coming up to the final few stages of this race, it's having to go with the restart. Pataska is, along with Hanson Pete, the only 2 drivers who will be on the lead lap for this restart. Then you have Baker, who is on his own 1 lap down. Ross Banfield 2 down, with Trevor Borowski and Sam Harper for position, battling for the top 5. Merwich is 3 laps down, his own 7. Gruber and Wolf are battling for 8th, 4 laps down. And Mayer rounds out the top 10. Off and away goes Pataska, with a big buffer of traffic between him and the next car for position. Several cars looking to let by others.
And this is the second restart in a row we've seen a considerable gap from the front 5 or 6 or 7 cars to the rest of the field. There was an interesting gap there with not everybody caught up as we went green.
And for Hanson Pete to have any sort of shot, he needs a caution flag to be able to start alongside Pataska. He might get it! Banfield turned into the wall by Vavroski. Monerwich dives in underneath Vavroski. They all scatter down the front straightaway, all the way to the bottom of the racetrack. Vavroski now backs it down to the apron in the middle of the corner. He nearly drifts it back up into the traffic. Banfield drives right on by. Harper now trying to take advantage as Kirk Crum gets back into the mix of it. What in the world?
I think that's Vavroski trying to give the position back to Banfield after nearly turning him around there.
Well, that was an eventful way to give back your position. So 5 to go, as this just made everyone's eyes perk up.
Yeah, I mean, Banfield was lucky to hold on to that, and then you see Vavroski diving down to the bottom edge of the racetrack and checking up, but he's got cars behind him all trying to get by.
How that wasn't a big wreck, I'm not quite sure. Banfield, though, may be the benefactor of all that, as Vavroski has got the position back from Sam Harper.
Oh, Gruber's been turned around in 3. He's broadside to the track right now.
No caution yet as he backs up across the surface, now brings it back up onto the racetrack. No one else is around him, though. And he makes his way to the apron once more. Again, this is still green with 3 to go. You can see him get it turned around.
Yeah, I don't know who ran through him there, but I mean, he's not fighting anybody realistically. The only other driver on the same lap as him is Joshua Wolf in the 12. Well, he was ahead actually, so he's lost that opportunity.
Worth noting that Banfield has also had a problem in live action where he bobbled to the bottom of the racetrack, is left by several positions. The car who hit him was Ryan Mayer. But all this as well, we're coming up to 2 laps to go. And domination is the name of the race for Dallas Pataska. He's led just about every single lap. He's been the fastest car by up to 3/4 tenths. And now he's a lap and 3/4 away from victory.
I mean, he's been like in almost a different race to everybody else. We've had all this action going on with people getting turned and whatnot, and literally every car out there except for Pataska seems to have damage on it. And he's somehow managed to avoid all of it.
Ross Manfield has pit coming to the white flag, this time by final lap of the Southern 500. And for Pataska, he came into today a decent points deficit for the championship. For him, he has been king. Through the final corners, for the 3rd time this season, Dallas Pataska will win the Major Series European Pro Region, and this time it's in dominating fashion at Darlington.
What a fantastic drive for Dallas Pataska. Led just about every lap. Had the entire field 2 laps down at one point, and just unfortunately, the way that last caution felt he couldn't join some prestigious company in lapping the field here in the Major Series.
A stunning performance. A performance you expect from someone like Dallas. You expect this with the experience, but not this big of a margin. How about 17 seconds? Check that, 19 seconds. Picked up Christian in the span of 7 laps on Handsome Pete.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much just underlines the amount of pace he had in the car and whatnot. And you know, we're saying he's unlucky to not have the entire field 2 laps down. I mean, that's just a crazy thing to be saying.
Only Dallas Pataska have that saying at this point as he burns it down in dominating fashion for the Southern 500. He is the only driver who completed the full 3/4 distance for points who did not have an incident point. Post-race coverage coming up in just a few moments. You're watching the Major Series European Pro Region split from the Southern 500 and Darlington Raceway. welcome back to the Global Sim Racing Channel's coverage of the Major Series, European Region Pro Split, and the Southern 500, live from iRacing's virtual Darlington Raceway. Prince Christian Chowder with you with Sean Ambrose in the producer seat with cameras behind by Dougie Beard after what was a clinic and 3/4 from Dallas Pataska. How about 360 of 367 led laps for Pataska? All but one car lapped, that being Handsome Pete, the differential between first and second, a whopping 19.7 seconds. David H. Baker was the only driver one lap down in third. He took the wave around to get that position, with Bobrovsky and Harper rounding out the top 5 2 laps down. Erwich 3 laps down in 6th. Banfield, he hit coming to the white flag after a late incident. He finished in 7th. Joshua Wolf, George Gruber, Ryan Mayer, who had an eventful day with a lot of people likely wanting to talk to him after this one, rounding out the top 10, Christian.
Yeah, Bob Beltrami, he started inside the top 10. Unfortunately, he comes home in 11th. Ray Partridge back there as well in 12th. Colin Martzolf, we saw him kind of warrior around for most of the race. He comes home in 13th. Cordell Colon, we saw a lot of incidents with him, but he does come home 16 laps down in 14th. Kurt Crum in the 7 car got back out there and comes home 15th. Travis Henderson was actually a very competitive car towards the beginning of the race, but unfortunately 43 laps down is 16th. Isaac Snyder also having a bad day, 17th. Tom Dreiling, Tim Klassens, the points leader going into the event, he finished 19th, so he's going to lose a ton of points to Pataska winning the race. Then we had Aldous Pateklis and Dick Mueller, who only completed 3 laps of the race, coming home in 21st.
That's a look top to bottom at your running order for today's race, as Dallas Pataska now joins us from Victory Lane. Dallas, how to put this politely? You put on one performance that made everyone look like they were driving a soapbox derby car around the racetrack compared to your cup car. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm happy to have the Southern 500 act as my first official Majors Oval Series win. Yeah, I mean, the car overall, it felt great for me throughout the entire run, throughout the entire transition from day to night. And I had done a lot of practice leading up over the last couple of weeks that put me in a good position to be where I am now. To be honest, I wasn't expecting to be that far out in front pace-wise, but I think that combined with a focus on executing and making sure I had a good strategy is ultimately what put me out so far. So far in front.
And you mentioned it that your first time Victory Lane on an oval, which is shocking knowing your expertise is ovals. You've come close in several oval races. You were the dominant car in last year's World 600 too. That's shocking to you to finally just break through now with the Southern 500 for an oval victory like this?
A little bit, yeah. In years past, we've had, more cars on the grid and whatnot, so there's been increased amounts of cautions, which, depending on when they fall, can really mess up your strategy. But with things stringing out a little bit more here, getting some good green flag runs in, and ultimately what put me a lap ahead of some guys was just having tire limits and actually getting to green flag pit stops, because I'd have to look back to know for sure, but it looked like I executed and got through those stops much better than those compared to me, and that's ultimately what gave me a huge boost out there on track as far as track position and increasing that gap.
And of course, we were talking about this a little bit. The points leader ended up getting involved in attrition today, Tim Klassens. You had a 36-point deficit to him. That likely now closes up a significant amount in that. How are you feeling now for the closing stage for the championship fight? Because this race just helped close that up with Handsome Pete close behind.
Yeah, I definitely needed that. Obviously, I'd like to have Tim out on track on the same lap to beat him and do that, but it's a big turnaround, hopefully, or turning point as far as the points battle. He's been doing a great job all season long. I've had a lot of the speed to compete with him, but he's had me on strategy a lot of the weeks. So these next couple events leading into the end of the year are going to be interesting. I know we have another oval and some other stuff that'll be, I think, out of both of our comfort zones. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be tight, and it might come down to that last week of the season.
Anyone you want to thank for the run today?
I just want to give a shout out to Mike and all the other majors organizers for including this race on the schedule. I don't know if it'll be there next year or not, but this has been a lot of fun with this cup package specifically and everything. I'd like to thank you guys for putting on a great show. You guys always do a great job. And yeah, hopefully I'm here talking to you guys in a few weeks.
Congratulations again on the victory today, Dallas.
Thanks, guys.
Dallas Pataska completely torched the field today here at Darlington. Christian Challenger is now standing by with your fourth place finisher today, 2 laps down, Trevor Bobrovsky.
Trevor, that looked like it was a pretty wild race, it has to be said. And I mean, you looked like you had pace all day, but probably wasn't what you wanted to have happen towards the end of the race, to be kind of riding the wall backwards through turn 2, right?
Yeah, it's just frustrating at times during this one. I mean, like you said, it's cool. I got 4th place. I was 2 laps down. It's kind of a weird one. Yeah, the contact with Mar, I haven't gotten a chance to go back and look at it. It's just really frustrating sometimes with all the varying tire strategies and cars beat up. My car was beat up. I think everybody's car was beat up. So yeah, it was just a really, really weird race.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. I mean, right from the beginning, it kind of looked like a lot of cars got into the wall very early on, and then were carrying damage really the whole race, which wasn't great. And then obviously we saw quite a variance in pit strategies, and this always something that concerns me at a track like this, where it's so tight to pass, is when you get that offset in strategy, and the big difference in terms of cars with new and old tires and whatnot. And I mean, how do you kind of plan your own strategy for that?
I went into it just trying to do everything I could to stay out of the wall and stay on the lead lap. And I mean, I failed at both of those, but I think I failed a little bit less than the other people around me. No, it was, I knew I didn't start well. I didn't qualify very well, so I knew I was going to be in the back. But I knew I had a faster car than a lot of the guys in front of me just on practice and seeing what my teammates had. So I knew I just had to be as patient as possible for as long as possible. I held on to my faster pair until that last caution, just to make sure I had it just in case. And clearly that was, I guess, a good call on that. But would have liked to have kept it the whole race. But
yeah, I would definitely agree on keeping the faster pair as long as you can, unless you've obviously been involved in a pretty big incident that you know is going to cost you a lot of pace. Because a couple of drivers we did see that with. I mean, Sam Harper, I think he had to use his faster pair very early on, and then he had some further damage later on that kind of actually took him out of that fight. He was in that fight with David Baker for 2nd place. So yeah, I can totally understand kind of keeping the faster pair as long as you can. And like you say, it's a bit of a strange deal. Obviously, come away with a top 5, 4th place finish, but 2 laps down. And that was just kind of the way of how the race sort of worked out with Dallas's pace, and how everybody was sort of always trying to not lose the lap in the pit cycles and whatnot. But how did that kind of impact the restarts towards the end of the race for you? Because we saw that with a lot of drivers where they were taking waiver rounds, and then the field wasn't bunching up and kind of resetting where you are in the pack and whatnot.
yeah, it was kind of weird, because I think there were a couple times where myself and Ross, we were, I think, in like 5th or 6th, multiple laps down, and we're starting next to Dallas up at the very front. It was really kind of awkward. But earlier on in the race, I was on the other end of that, where I was getting, I think I got the lucky dog on one of the earlier cautions, which really saved my race. I think after our first long green flag run, and it puts you in the back, and when you're back there like that, even if you have the fresh tires, you're 5 seconds off the guys that were up on the lead group. So it really throws a wrench into the whole rest of your run. Probably should have stayed out under that last caution, just to get the wave around. It looked like it worked out for David Baker. So probably should have followed him on that, but I don't know. Yeah, I can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, obviously, the top 5 is such a long race is definitely a great result. And next time out, totally different. Monza, the MP430, kind of couldn't really be a lot more different. What are your thoughts on that one?
Oof. If you thought the starts and restarts in this race were going to be interesting, I think that turn 1 is going to be, that could be a huge turning point for a lot of us. I know for me and with Grizzly, a lot of our focus, basically outside of Tim, is just what can we do to win the constructors. So keeping our noses clean here was really big. I think we had 5 Grizzly drivers before the first bombshell car, which is huge for us. So hopefully something like that, for Monza, probably exercising caution, but really proud of all the Euro guys. I mean, doing this race, I know there were a lot of jokes going in that it was going to be a 4-hour timed race, but we did it with only 7 cautions and several green flag runs. So really proud of the whole Euro Pro split there.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. Actually, we did have green flag pit stops and whatnot, and as you say, 7 cautions is really not that bad for a 367 lap full length race. So I definitely think on the whole everybody did a great job. There was obviously some contacts and whatnot, and some kind of odd cautions, I think it has to be said. But overall, yeah, definitely a vast improvement, I would say, over previous full length oval races in the major series in the European region. And before we let you go, is there anybody that you'd like to give a shout out to?
Well, I first and foremost shout out David Baker. He ran a great race. I know he's a little broadcast shy, so he's probably not coming over here. So that's half the reason why I'm here, is just to make sure that he gets his due, because he ran a really fantastic race, and it really probably should have been a second for him. But 3rd place is great for him. He's not normally up there running up front, but this just is the perfect race for him. So shout out to him. Shout out to Major's Garage for getting the setups. Don't think we quite had the same setup Dallas had, but it was still a really good car, and we made some adjustments from there and had a really good race. All the teammates working together, making adjustments, trying to get better. And then just one last thing. I know that I had the contact there at the end with Ross. Just not how I want to kind of fight at the end of the race. I haven't looked at it a ton, but it's a real shame. I didn't want to do that. I tried letting him have the spot back, and it's a real shame that he got the meatball flag. So it's a rough way to end it. Not how I want to end it, but still.
Well, thank you for coming and chatting with us. Good luck for Monza next week. And yeah, totally agree with David's performance, actually. We were talking about it on the broadcast, and I mean, for a vast portion of that last third of the race, he was clearly the guy who was going to pick up 2nd place if the race finished under green.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Once again, that's Trevor Borowski. I'd like to thank him and Dallas Pataska for taking the time to speak with us during post-race coverage. And that meatball flag that was mentioned there explains what happened to Ross Banfield. Now, Christian, your final thoughts on how this race played out today, because obviously the main storyline, Dallas Pataska basically having a rocket ship and a half. Your thoughts on how this played out?
Well, I don't think that either of us were really surprised to see Dallas pick up the win. I think it was a lot more convincing than maybe we were expecting. I totally expected him to be the one who picked up the win, but maybe not by near 2 laps at one point, obviously. And the big surprise for me really was Tim Claessen's being out of the race within the first 100 laps. I mean, that was not at all what I was expecting to see. Obviously, it's not a GT car or whatnot, but we've seen him be very, very capable on ovals in the past. So I truly expected to see him at minimum in the battle for the top 5. So I was very, very surprised to see that. Obviously, that's going to have a massive impact on his championship hopes, and it's going to help Dallas out immensely. And likewise, other strong drivers in the race kind of fell away after the first 100 laps. Joshua Wolf, obviously, he did finish in 8th spot, but fell back. We expected to see him in the top 5, and Ryan Mayer as well as another driver who was up in that 2nd spot and only able to come away with 10th in the end. It
was an intriguing race overall here for the Major Series and its European Pro Split. for the Southern 500 today indeed. We'd like to thank you for tuning in for tonight's exciting action from iRacing's virtual Darlington Raceway. We'd also like to thank the Major Series for organizing this amazing series. We'd also like to take the time once more to shout out the charity supported for today's race, Sarge's Place, a homeless veteran shelter based in the state of Washington. To learn more about Sarge's Place, go to sargesveteransupport.com. Now, we'd like to take the time as well and thank the companies that provide the software and hardware for our broadcast, listed on screen in just a moment. Special thanks go to Judith Lawn, who provides our wonderful music. See the screen, how to get hold of great work in just a moment. And before we say the extra thanks to Chris, I want to turn towards you for a split second, then your thoughts for the next round here for the Major Series.
Well, I mean, Monza is totally a different deal. It's not a particularly difficult track, but the car is a particularly difficult car, you know? I mean, Formula 1 car, no traction control, no ABS, a lot of slow speed corners, a lot of opportunities to just spin it around, and obviously the first chicane is always a flashpoint at that track, and I think everybody's going in there knowing that it's going to be potentially chaotic there, but after that, it's really a strategy race. But yeah, totally different to what we've had tonight, and I think we'll see another shuffling of the order. I expect.
Indeed, once again, I'd like to thank you for tuning in for tonight's exciting race from Darlington once more. Now I'd like to take the time to thank the companies for providing the software and hardware for our broadcast listed on your screen. Additional thanks to Jude Warner, who provides wonderful music. See the screen for how to get a hold of more for great work. Thanks to the team today in Christian, Chad, and Sean, along with Dougie. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC and the upcoming races, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com. If you'd like to help support the channel, you can check out our merchandise for sale once more. GSRC.storyfy.com, or you can check out our social media on Twitter at GSR Channel, Facebook at Global Sim Racing Channel, and Instagram at GSRC_Graham. Don't forget to hit your YouTube page and hit that big red subscribe button, so don't miss the moment notification bell here on the Global Sim Racing Channel. Next race for the Major Series is talked about, ends up going to Monza, for what's expected to be an exciting one for the European region. That will take place 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time on Sunday, September the 12th, here on GSRC. And don't forget, later this evening, the American region hits the racetrack for their Southern 500. That's at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time for Pro Split action. We also have upcoming races for other series listed on screen, so check those out and mark them down in your calendar. Until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you